Alright guys, we're gonna go ahead and get started now. So, this evening, good evening everybody. This evening we'll be talking about the X870E motherboards because these kind of should have launched with Zen 5, but we're going to be doing a full overview on some of the better options, at least the flagship models that will be available at launch. So I kind of picked out some of the ones that I feel are worth talking about. So we have two from ASUS. We've already talked about this one. We're going to cover it again briefly. So the ROG Crosshair X870E Hero, the ROG Strix X870E-E gaming Wi-Fi, the MSI X870E Godlike, and the MPG X870E Carbon Wi-Fi. And then we've got the X870E Taichi from ASRock, as well as the Taichi Lite, also from ASRock. And then from Gigabyte, I have selected here the X870 Aorus Master and the Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7. And then I do include like an extra bonus motherboard here worth talking about, but I'm a little bit disappointed in it because the one thing that I was hoping ASUS would improve upon, they did not. And that's going to be the ProArt Creator Wi-Fi. So we're going to get into this now. So we have been talking about the chipset differences compared to the previous generation. A couple of things worth noting. One, memory support on the new motherboards should be better than the current ones. Two, all of these motherboards, regardless of whether we're talking the flagship X870E all the way down to the budget X870 options, all of them include 40 gigabit USB 4. That's dual 40 gigabit USB 4, so keep that in mind. All of them include that, even the most budget-friendly option in the X870 line. Other than that, it's the same socket, so it's fully socket compatible. It's AM5, which means all of the Ryzen 7000 CPUs work with these, the X3D CPUs work with these, as well as the upcoming 9000 series X3D, and of course the recently released Ryzen 9000 work with these. In fact, the Ryzen 9000 series was designed, or I should say these motherboards were designed to be paired with a Ryzen 9000 series CPU. That doesn't mean you can't pair these up with a, for example, a 7800 X3D. You could totally do that if you're looking to build a new computer now. However, there have been rumors that have surfaced earlier this week about the upcoming Ryzen 9000 X3D. So if you're thinking about upgrading, you may want to wait for the 9000 X3D. Unless you really want to build a production or like a high-end desktop for multi-thread stuff or whatever, you know, more work-oriented rather than gaming-oriented, then you can probably go ahead and get a 9950X because I think that is probably the best choice at this point in time. Gigabyte Aorus Pro Ice. Oh, that, yeah, we can look at that one too as well. But I think this is gonna kind of give us the overall framework of like what to expect from the upper echelon of these boards. So the Hero, I've talked about it before. Its official website will give you all of the tech specs in terms of how the PCIe layout is done, what is shared. There is some resource sharing. I derived the block diagram on a previous live stream. I don't think we need to do that again. We are going to focus more on some of the other vendors' boards because we kind of dedicated a whole stream to ASUS a few weeks ago during Gamescom. It was actually about a month ago now that I think about it. But the interesting thing about the Crosshair Hero, so for those that don't know the history, Crosshair is the best of the best. So if you're looking for the best ASUS motherboard that money can buy, the Crosshair name is the name to memorize. ROG, so it's part of the Republic of Gamers brand. It is a sub-brand within a sub-brand of ASUS. So keep that in mind. And then within that, you have different models. So in this case, they're releasing the Hero at launch. They may do an extreme version. They may do a Gene. Those are alternatives to the Hero. Usually the extreme is the fully loaded EATX, and the Gene is the, I think it's the micro ATX, or I think it might be the ITX board. So those are more overclocking oriented, those smaller motherboards, because they only have 2 DIMMs. So if you're trying to go for like LN2 world records, those are probably the boards. Although the Hero is pretty popular among overclockers because it has a lot of things in the BIOS that only overclockers tend to use. Like it has, for example, dual E clocks or external B clocks or base clocks. So you can do base clock overclocking, which is something that most people don't bother to do anymore, but it is something that overclockers do if they're trying to push for the absolute world record. If you're under LN2 and you're no longer temperature limited, although you're now, like, you could be cold temperature limited. So there's things that this board, that the Crosshair line in general offers for overclockers. So it's definitely the overclocker's go-to choice if there's somebody who's looking for an ASUS motherboard. The fact that the X3D on both. Oh, really? So there's talk of it having L3 on both? That'll be interesting. Hey, Mystic. Yeah, so we're talking about these motherboards. We're going to talk about this first, and then we may stream some Final Fantasy 16 later. I do want to try to finish that game within the next week. So we're pretty far into that game. I'm about almost to the end of Act 2 in there, so we got one more act after that. But yeah, this motherboard is the flagship from ASUS. At least for now, this is the highest end motherboard from ASUS on the AM5 platform. Fully loaded, 5 M.2 slots. It has the postcode. It has all the LED, RGB. It has Slim SAS for some reason. Yes, this has Slim SAS. I don't know why, but it does. And then it has all the other things that you expect, like things that I don't even need to bother mentioning because it's standard equipment on these boards, which would be Wi-Fi 7, USB 4, overbuilt VRMs. Those are things that are already kind of given at this point. We don't even need to talk about that stuff. So anyway, that's the Crosshair Hero. Next we have the ROG Strix X870E-E gaming Wi-Fi. This is a step down from the Hero. So Strix, if you think about ASUS's branding, Crosshair is the best. Like, it is the absolute highest tier offering from ASUS. Second in the gaming lineup, they have the Strix lineup. This is going to be more budget-oriented, although I do think that this one in particular is probably going to be around $500. So if you want to get my take on where I think these will be priced, I think the Crosshair Hero is going to be around $700, maybe $650, but this will be $650 to $700. I don't expect it to be less than that. I don't expect it to be that much more than that. The Strix E-E, this one will probably be around $500. So it's a very expensive Strix motherboard, but like I said, this is the highest end offering within the Strix lineup. Everything else that has a Strix name on it will be lower cost or priced lower than this model. So similar to the Hero, this one has pretty much everything that the Hero offers, except it doesn't have the RGB. Well, actually, no, I take that back. It looks like it does have an RGB thing on the I/O shroud. But it's mostly the same. So it's like if you don't need all those extra overclocking features, like the extra buttons on the motherboard and those sort of things, then the Strix is probably a good alternative. But if you're an overclocker, you're probably going to want to go with the Crosshair. That's just historical relevance for ASUS. And then moving on, we have MSI. So MSI, this website for MSI's Godlike only went live yesterday. So now you can actually go on MSI's website and look at what the Godlike offers. And one of the things that is very godlike on this Godlike is the back of the motherboard. This thing has a really, really loaded I/O. It has 10 gigabit. Not only does it have 10 gigabit LAN, it has 5 gigabit LAN. So you got dual LANs, one of which is 10 gigabit. It also has optical audio. It also has 7.1 audio, or not 7.1. It has 7.1 via optical audio, so your SPDIF, and then with a Toslink cable, and then with the analog audio, you can do up to 5.1 audio, but it requires something with the software. There is a way to do it with just these two. What it does is the software converts the way the line out operates and the mic in, so there is a way to do it. I wish there was the full analog options there, but it looks like they decided to fill it up with a whole bunch of USB-C, which I actually like to see this. This is a lot of USB-C. So you got your 40 gigabit dual USB 4 up here at the top in bold, and then there's a whole bunch. It looks like there's 5 10 gig USB-C, and then we have, it looks like 8 10 gig USB type A, which is also very nice to see. Ideally, what I look for when I'm buying a motherboard, I look for around, I want to see 8 or more USB type A. Not a lot of people need a lot of USB A anymore, but if you're a content creator, if you do live streaming and you connect a whole bunch of stuff to your computer, I can give you guys an example right now. I need my mouse, my keyboard, my USB microphone, my webcam, my game controller. That's already 5 USB type A ports. And that isn't even including anything like a VR headset, which would take another one, because I do have the PSVR 2, which has to connect to the USB now, if you're using the adapter. So, that's like 6 USB ports right there, just right off the bat. And if I want to plug in my camera to move B-roll footage for a video, that's going to be another USB. So, it starts filling it up pretty quick. Although a lot of modern devices now will start using USB-C. So it is very nice to see that MSI included a whole lot of USB-C. So I feel like this motherboard, with the abundance of USB-C, is probably the most future-proof motherboard out of all of them. But you're probably going to see some sticker shock, because I expect this motherboard to be the most expensive one, just looking at how much stuff that it has. It has 10 gig LAN, it has all this USB, it has a smart button which you can program on the back, it has a clear CMOS, it has a flash BIOS. It's basically fully loaded. This motherboard is fully loaded, hence the name Godlike. It has everything. It has a screen that can be programmed to show you temperatures. It can show you, I'm guessing it can show you the postcode debug, because I don't know where the postcode debug is on this board. From looking at it visually, I don't see a postcode debug here, so I would assume that the postcode appears on this screen or somewhere on one of these screens, because there's literally like 4 screens on this motherboard. That's pretty crazy. You got 1, 2, 3, 4. The M.2 heatsink has a screen on it. The PCI Gen 5 heatsink for the NVMe has a screen on it. It has an RGB screen. That is crazy. This is like the most fully loaded board. The one thing about it, though, I do want to point out to people that are considering this board, do note that this motherboard only has 2 SATA ports. There's only 2 SATA ports on this motherboard. But I guess they trade some SATA ports for an abundance of USB 3.1 connectors, USB 3.0 connectors, a whole bunch of native USB-C on the back, and the fact that it can do up to 7 M.2 drives on this motherboard. The screen is the postcode. Where did you confirm that? I mean, I hope that's true, but it's like, it would be nice to get confirmation that that's actually true. Not that I'm doubting you, but I haven't seen any sources on MSI's site talking about the postcode, unless it's listed here. But one thing I do want to point out, MSI, unlike the others, MSI is claiming that if you have a Ryzen 9000 series processor, so specific to 9000, not 7000, they are saying that if you're running one DPC single rank, you can expect to run your RAM, assuming the RAM can handle it, at 8,400 megatransfers or faster on this motherboard. And then they're saying for dual rank, you can do 64 or higher. And then for 4 sticks of single rank, you can do 40 or 6,400 plus, they're claiming. And then dual rank 2 DPC. So this bottom one down here is either 128 gigs of RAM or 192 gigabytes of RAM, or you can fully max it out at 256 gigabytes of RAM. They are claiming 4,800 or faster on 256 gigs of RAM. So that is a lot. That's a lot of RAM at a pretty high speed for that much RAM. So they're claiming that they've made some improvements here. One of the secret sauces that's probably the reason why they're able to do this, why they're able to claim such high speeds, is because this Godlike motherboard is a 10-layer PCB. Most AM5 motherboards from last generation, and even a lot of these new X870 boards, are 8-layer PCB. This Godlike is a 10-layer PCB. So that might explain why they're able to push higher memory speeds. Because when you have more layers, you have better electrical, like your signal to noise ratio is better because you have more separation between the wires that run from the RAM to the CPU. Therefore, you have less noise, you have less electrical interference, you have more isolation for the signals, so the integrity of the signals is better, and that is why they're able to push higher memory speeds, and possibly higher memory speeds on higher density, like 4 sticks of RAM, for example. So very, very nice to see. I think this one's going to be probably the best motherboard, but it's probably going to be the most expensive motherboard out of all of them. They have a lot of stuff here. Supports AMD POR speed. Basically, that is plan of reference speed from AMD and the JEDEC speeds. Memory overclocking in AMD Expo. Dual channel mode. It's unbuffered, non-ECC. So they're not claiming ECC. So that is something that MSI could potentially do if they wanted. But it claims here for now it's non-ECC. Typically, ASRock offers ECC on a lot of their consumer motherboards for AMD. 7M.2 links. Yeah, we talked about that, Tomek. I've already explained how they did 7M.2. It's so basically it's where is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I forget where the 5th one is. I think the 5th one is down here, and then the other 2 are done via an expander card that go in the bottom slot or in the second slot. So you can do up to 7 M.2 drives. And you can do 1, 2, 3. I think 3 or 4 of them are Gen 5 and the rest are Gen 4 or some combination of that. Yeah, this is super high end. Like, okay, you get the 40 gigabit dual USB, 40 gigabit. Oh, the other thing too is on the back. So, okay. This motherboard probably supports 4 external monitors off the integrated graphics on the CPU. You can daisy chain, I believe, 2 or maybe 3 monitors off of each 40 gigabit USB-C port because these are USB 4 ports, which means they're Thunderbolt 3/Thunderbolt 4 ports. So in terms of the PCI tunneling capability, I've already verified this in a previous video. So this can do like what? Anywhere from, I would say, 2 to 6 monitors off of this motherboard, off of integrated graphics. Keep that in mind. I think they have the listing for that here. Where is it? Oh, RK is saying you're going to go with the Godlike this time around? Yeah, the Godlike is probably the best one out of all of them. I mean, it's one of those you get what you pay for. I mean, I'm expecting this motherboard to be insanely expensive compared to all the others. I don't even want to think of how much this motherboard is going to cost. It's going to give me PTSD. But what I will say here, it says here, USB 4 supporting DisplayPort 1.4 with HBR, don't they mean, what is HBR? HBR 3 over USB Type-C. Maximum resolution 4K 60. And there's an asterisk there, meaning only available on processors featuring integrated graphics. Basically, all AM5 processors, at least all the 9000 series ones, currently have integrated graphics. I think this motherboard, if I had to guess, you guys want me to price this motherboard? You guys want me to price this motherboard? It's probably going to be somewhere between $1,000 and $1,400, if I had to guess. I think it'll be either if I get to give you an exact number, it's either going to be around $1,200 or $1,300. 12 or 1,300. It's in that range. So it could be like $1,299. It could be $1,299. It could be $1,199. It could be one of those two. That's my final guess. That's what my guess is. Let's put it this way. If this is $999, if this is $1,000, I'll be surprised if this is $1,000. I would be very surprised if this was $1,000. I expect it to be more than $1,000. It's 10 layers. It's fully loaded. It has 4 LCD screens, one of which is removable. So the other thing, too, that I failed to mention, this thing on the right that looks like an I/O shroud, this thing is removable. MSI has designed their own connector, their own proprietary connector. You can remove this whole piece and take it off and then reattach it for, I don't know, for like cable management or something. So, and then there's like another thing that goes on the back for like a fan header hub or something like that, or RGB hub. Like it has like a whole insane amount of stuff. So, but it looks super clean. When you look at it from the side like this, it looks like almost like it's BTF style. Like you don't see a lot of plugs. All the plugs are right angle connector on the side here. Like they all connect side mount instead of like, you know, face mount, except for the EPS cables at the top here. And then obviously the PCIe stuff and the RAM. So this is a very interesting motherboard. I feel like this would have some very interesting build designs. Like people could do some insane builds with this motherboard. But it is an EATX board. Keep that in mind. This is a very large motherboard. You can see the screw. Actually, you know what? One of the reasons why you'll have to remove this thing is to get to the screw hole. The third screw hole at the top is here. In fact, I can't even see the other screws. Like, there's a screw that goes right here, and there's a screw that goes right here. They're completely covered up. In fact, I think is the bottom one. Look, even the bottom 2 screws are covered up. Like the corner screw, this screw, and this screw are all occluded. In fact, the one in the middle is covered up by the M.2 heatsink. So this is like a really clean look. When the whole build is done, this is going to be a very nice looking build because you're not going to see a lot of wires sticking out in front of the motherboard. So very, very interesting motherboard. Probably the most interesting one The other thing too is I like that it also has what looks like an X4 expansion slot down here. So not only does it have the X8 and the X16, it has an X4 down at the bottom. So I mean, this has got like this is fully loaded, guys. Like this is basically like the Ferrari motherboard. You know what I'm saying? Or this is like the Mercedes. What is it? The Mercedes S class. This is a Mercedes S-Class motherboard. It's like, I don't know. Or you know what I'm saying? Like it's like the autopilot BMWs. The BMWs that drive themselves. That's basically what this motherboard is. Fully tunable LCD RGB screens. The way the picture looks, it looks like it's a OLED screen. No, you can bet this is not an OLED screen though. Like that would drive the price way up. The Honda Civic is the B550, B850. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So it has everything that you would expect. Like you don't even have to question it. Like no one needs to say, does it have Wi-Fi 7? Like that would be a dumb question. You know, like if a kid in class asked, does it have Wi-Fi 7? The teacher would just detention instantly because you're not paying attention. You know, like if someone's asking if this thing has Wi-Fi 7, they're going to detention because it's like they don't. Why are they asking? That's what you call a stupid question. Like it's like that's like asking, does the latest Mercedes S-Class have autopilot? Like that's the type of question that sounds like. Anyway. Dynamic dashboard 3. It'll give you the postcode. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, that's good. So it basically has everything then. Yeah. All right, well, that's the Godlike. Let me see. I don't think they have the manual yet. Unfortunately, they don't have the manual, so we can't actually look at the official block diagram. On a previous live stream, I derived the block diagram, so I'm not going to do that again. That's how we proved how it does 7 M.2 drives. But we don't need to do that again. So that's Godlike. It's really, really cool. It's like the coolest motherboard. This is the sort of thing, like, okay, you know how NVIDIA has the RTX 4090 and they can wave it in front of people's face like, hey, this is a 4090. I know you can't afford it, but, I mean, come look at what else we got for you. You know, that's how people make their buying decisions. Now MSI is in the same position. MSI now has a motherboard where they're like, hey guys, look what type of motherboard we've got. Like, I know you can't afford it, but come look at what else we got. You know, and one of those things, great segue, carbon Wi-Fi. It's like if you can't, if the Godlike is too godlike for you, you can always settle for the carbon Wi-Fi. If you can't handle the Meg brand because it's too high-end with its gold aesthetic, it's literally gold color scheme, then you go MPG. This is the MPG X870E carbon Wi-Fi. I feel like this is the one that most people who go into a Micro Center are going to end up buying. Because it's not going to have a godlike price. So it's going to be a way more affordable option. But it's still going to be pretty pricey compared to the Honda Civic motherboards that we were talking about earlier. So I expect this motherboard to be somewhere between $450 to $500. So $500 is already still a lot of money for a motherboard. But if Godlike is way up there, like that's already almost like, you know, what, $900, $800 more than this. At $500, I can see this going for like $500 because it has all this extra stuff. So it is actually quite similar to the Godlike, except it doesn't have, it's not an eATX, it's a regular ATX, which means it can fit in most standard cases. You don't need like a massive case. The EPS is in the top left, so it's in the standard position. It has a postcode debug, and that's one of the reasons why it's going to be $500, because it has a postcode debug. However, MSI and Gigabyte, and actually I think all of them, but mostly from what I've seen, MSI and Gigabyte took the criticism of people. Basically, if you guys remember the X670 and Intel's Z790 motherboards, the biggest criticism from consumers to the motherboard manufacturers was, why do I have to pay a minimum of $450 for the upscale, like the upper class X670E tier, the higher tier board? Why do I have to pay minimum $450 just to get a postcode debug? That was a thing with last generation. This was true also on Z790 and the current AMD X670E. All those motherboards, if you wanted a postcode and you were on DDR5, you were paying $400 to $500 for a postcode debug. Otherwise, if you really wanted the postcode debug and you didn't need the X platform, you could go with a B650E and pay $350. You could save like $100, and you could still get a motherboard that had a postcode, but you were on B650E instead of X670E. So one thing that I've seen with these new motherboards from all of them, but mostly MSI and Gigabyte, is that they are now offering more lower priced options that also include the postcode debug. One really popular one that I haven't shown here is the MSI X870 Tomahawk. The Tomahawk from MSI is a very popular budget option, and that motherboard is going to offer the postcode debug. And I think that that is really nice to see. And Gigabyte as well. Gigabyte, for example, this is another one that we're going to talk about later, but Gigabyte, their Aorus Elite, last time, the Aorus Elite did not have the postcode debug. This time, it does have the postcode debug. So they have, at least some of them have taken the feedback and they have included this on lower tier options. So that's really nice to see. So Carbon Wi-Fi, this one's going to have your standard 4 SSDs, and then, your standard memory setup. Everything looks very similar to the last generation. There is some differences, though. One of the things, obviously, Wi-Fi 7 and USB 4, that is standard equipment on all of these motherboards, so we don't need to be talking about that. Also, the VRM on all these X870E motherboards is completely overkill across the board. Like, all these motherboards have insane overbuilt VRMs for AMD motherboards. So that's really good to see. So that's basically, you can assume it's high quality because the CPU will never pull that much power. For example, you could put an Intel i9 on this motherboard. Obviously, it's a different socket, but you could use this VRM with an Intel CPU, which is much higher power draw, and it would be totally fine. So the VRMs aren't even really worth discussing because they're all so high end, and the CPU doesn't pull that much power. But that's a peace of mind thing. Like, you don't have to worry about the VRM exploding. So, 18 plus 2 plus 1. Let's look at the specifications on this one. So, they're saying ready for AI. There's the Wi-Fi antenna. So, interesting. So, this one, also, MSI is claiming the same higher memory speeds, just like the Godlike. I don't know how many layers this motherboard is. I'm assuming the Carbon is an 8-layer PCB. But I'm not sure. The Godlike, I know for sure, is a 10-layer PCB. I don't know about the Carbon, but they are claiming the exact same memory speeds that we saw on the Godlike. So that's interesting. KM2 is not coming to consumer for either AMD nor Intel. That will come to laptops if it comes to anything at all in the next 2 years. So I wouldn't get my hopes up about KM2. Okay, Same thing. They literally copy pasted this from what was shown on the Godlike page. So I don't know. I don't know what's the differentiating factor then if the RAM speeds are basically the same. It is talking about the CU-DIMM support, and the plan of reference boot frequency may vary by CPU series with manual overclocking available after boot. Okay, the DIMM slots on this motherboard have double-sided latches. Wait, did they say that on the Godlike? It didn't say that. Yeah. So wait, the Godlike doesn't have the dual latch. It has the latch on the top but not the bottom. The Carbon has the latch on both the top and the bottom. So that's one difference. It still has the DisplayPort 1.4. All of them. So every single one of these motherboards, all of these X870 motherboards, on every USB 4 port, you can plug in an external monitor. In fact, you can daisy chain multiple monitors because it's DisplayPort alt mode. So this is no different from the Godlike. You can drive a whole bunch of monitors off of the integrated graphics. So why am I mentioning this? Because if you're somebody who isn't going to use a graphics card, like you're building a PC for some sort of specific use case, and you're not going to play games on it, so you're not going to use an external graphics card or a discrete graphics card, you can use multiple monitors plugged directly into the motherboard. So this one can natively, let's just look at the back here. Wow, this one's got a good I/O as well. Not quite as good. I mean, it doesn't have 10 gig. The Godlike had 10 gig. This one has 2.5 and 5 gig. But this is still pretty fully loaded. 9 USB Type A, 2 USB 4. Each of these can drive more than one monitor. So you have an HDMI plus these. So if you didn't have the daisy chain set up, you could still do 3 external monitors. You could still run a triple monitor setup without a graphics card. So that's really nice. And then we have 2 USB-C 10 gig, and then you got a whole bunch of USB 10 gig Type A. Very nice. Smart button is also there. So this is like a nice upgrade over the existing Carbon Wi-Fi. So yeah, I really like MSI's I/O. I feel like they right now have the best I/O options. Godlike has 10 gig and it's fully loaded. Carbon Wi-Fi may not have 10 gig, but it does have an HDMI. It's like, at least they're not leaving it empty. They filled it up with something. It's like, well, we're not going to have 10 gig on this for the price point, but they're going to throw an HDMI on there. So, yeah, very, very nice. I feel like both of these motherboards are solid choices. You can't go wrong with either one. Although I will say, if you're considering the Godlike, you're definitely going for like a super high-end build. I can't see anybody pairing this motherboard up with anything less than a 9950X, maybe a 7950X3D. But ideally, I think the CPU that's meant to go with this motherboard is either the 9950X for a production workhorse or a upcoming 9950X3D. I feel like those are kind of like Godlike basically demands a Ryzen 9 high-end flagship CPU. Like, I can't really see it going any other way. But the Carbon, this one would be great for like a 9800X3D, like a super high-end gaming system with the RTX 4090 or the 7900 XTX or the upcoming 5080, 5090 or AMD's RDNA 4 GPUs next year. So yeah, the Carbon does seem like it's more realistic, I'll say, in terms of what people will actually end up buying. Okay, so that's the Carbon. That one is a really nice one too. I also like that it has the 3 full physical X16, although obviously only the top one is electrically X16. The second one, I'm assuming, is an X8 that shares bandwidth from the top one. And then the bottom one is probably an X4. If I had to guess, it's most likely an X4. We can verify that here. Yes, it's an X4 from the chipset. So really, really nice motherboard. I think this one is a very solid choice for most people. 4 M.2s, 2 of them are Gen 5 to the CPU, 2 of them are from the chipset. B850 will come later, Kevin. I don't know when. It's probably going to be at the end of the year. Or maybe November. It's definitely not coming for a while. The Carbon can't do X8, X8. Oh, how are they laid out? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So the Carbon is doing X16, and then the second slot is X4 from the CPU. So that's Gen 5. And then that is sharing bandwidth with the second M.2. So the second M.2, it says right here, PCIe 2 and the primary are sharing the bandwidth, and PCI version support varies depending on the CPU. Okay, so the thing about the sharing of bandwidth, it's not really that big of a deal in the future, because you have to remember these are Gen 5, and the next generation graphics cards are also, we can assume with high confidence that the next GPUs from NVIDIA and AMD are also going to be Gen 5 GPUs, which means if you have to run, for example, if you have to run a 5090 at X8 Gen 5, that's still equal to X16 Gen 4 in terms of the total bandwidth. And X16 Gen 4 isn't even fully saturated today. So nor will the 5090 be able to saturate that. So that's why it's not that big of a deal if you have to share the lanes. And that's something that they accounted for when they designed this, because Gen 5 is just so bandwidth heavy. Like, it's got so much bandwidth available that you can drive something at X4 Gen 5 and it's still like, that's like 8 lanes of Gen 4 right there. So everything is like half, it's like double of what the previous generation was. So keep that in mind. The Carbon can't do, yeah, well, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Part of the reason why that is happening, why we're seeing that with a lot of these, has to do with USB 4. It's because USB 4 requires 4 lanes. Specifically, this implementation of USB 4 requires 4 lanes of PCI Gen 4. The previous USB 4 that was featured in some of the X670E motherboards used 4 lanes of PCI Gen 3. So it was like half the bandwidth of what this USB 4 can do. So that, meaning this USB 4 is bidirectional bandwidth, whereas the previous one was like, it was unidirectional bandwidth, to give you that 40 gigabit marketing term. So that is the difference here. And you got 2 of those on the board. So that's 80 gigabits of bidirectional bandwidth if we're talking the entire interface there on the chip. So that is the reason why there is a lot more, you're going to see a lot more sharing of resources on X870 versus X670. That is just a reality, especially when you're comparing X870 to X670. X870E and X670 are going to be very, very similar in terms of like lane allocation, because some of those X670E had PCI 3.0 USB 4 via a chipset, and so they would end up having the same amount of lanes at the end of the day as X870E. But as I said in a previous video, X870, meaning the non-E, the regular X870, is equal to a B650E. So it's a single chip. It isn't a dual chip like the old X670 was. I think we've discussed that in multiple live streams at this point. So yeah, you get 4 SATA. SATA is slowly fading away. I feel like 4 SATA is a good number. 2 is a little bit on the low side. 6 is good, but I think it's too much. Like, realistically, is anybody out there like running 6 SATA drives in their gaming build? Like, who does that? At most, people have like 2 hard drives nowadays. Because most of the modern cases, like I'll use the Fractal Torrent because I'm using it. The Fractal Torrent can only fit 2 3.5-inch drives on the back. So that's exactly how I have it set up. So realistically, like if I was using one of these boards, I would only have 2 physical 3.5-inch hard drives in the computer maximum. So like if I was going to use up other SATA ports, it would be like a SATA SSD. But I feel like investing in a SATA SSD in 2024 is not a good investment because compared to NVMe, it's significantly slower when you're doing like transfers and stuff. So, I mean, you'll notice that it's a bottleneck. We talked about that on the live stream yesterday. So 5090, I think that it's going to be anywhere from $2,000 to $2,500. I didn't have much else to say about it. I explained that if they go with dual 16-pin connectors, it's totally fine because it'll be 300 watts per connector, not 600 watts per connector, like a lot of people were misinterpreting. But yeah, I think it'll be fast. It'll be probably 30 to 40% faster than the 4090, and it will use the exact same amount of power as the 4090, if not a little bit more. But that's because they're doing better load balancing if they go with 2 16-pin connectors. All right, so this motherboard is pretty straightforward. I think the Carbon Wi-Fi is the one that I expect a lot of people that want an MSI motherboard or they want an alternative to ASUS, because ASUS, for some reason, has gotten a lot of bad press this year. So I don't know how much of that is like worth them getting versus like, I don't know if it was really unfair, if people are being unfair to ASUS or not. I didn't really pay attention to that. But all I'm saying is I feel like if someone's looking for an alternative to ASUS, I feel like the Carbon Wi-Fi is going to be a very popular choice. All right, next we're going to talk about the X870E Taichi from ASRock. So this one is another one that is fully loaded, just like the Carbon Wi-Fi. One of the key differences between the Taichi and the Carbon is the Taichi is an eATX motherboard. So this is a larger motherboard. It's wider, just like the Godlike. But you can see they went with a different kind of setup compared to MSI. So when we look at the back here, they're doing a lot of USB Type A. So they got 10 USB Type A. They have your 40 gigabit USB 4s, and there's an HDMI. There's a clear CMOS. There's a BIOS flashback button, and then it has a 5 gigabit LAN. So it does not have dual network interface cards just like MSI. It has only one, although it is the 5 gig. What you will see is that the 5 gig is kind of standard now. So not only is Wi-Fi 7 and USB 4 standard equipment, the 5 gigabit LAN is also becoming standard equipment on all of these X870E motherboards. It is interesting that they do have what looks like USB 2.0. It looks like ASRock has USB 2.0, so this is kind of a downgrade compared to what we saw on the Carbon and on the ASUS board. So that is a little bit strange, and it does look like this This bottom USB-A is a 5 gig USB-A instead of a 10 gig, whereas these other ones are 10 gig. So I don't know why this one is a different color from these. I don't know why they're different colors in the first place. The yellow ports indicate ultra USB power. So these are ones that you can use to like charge a phone or something. And then Wi-Fi 7 is on there. So pretty much similar to the MSI board, but I think just by looking at this, I do feel like the Carbon is offering a better I/O. It also includes a 2.5 gig LAN in addition to the 5 gig, and it has a smart programmable button. So this could be something like you press the button and the next time it starts up, it'll take you straight into the BIOS. You know, there's different features. You could also program it to turn off all the RGB. So it's a programmable button. MSI has that. That is something that they have been doing since the previous X670 motherboards. So that is nice to see that carry over. But it does look like the ASRock, if we count the USB, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So you have 9A on here, and you have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So you have one more type A on the ASRock than MSI. However, all the MSI ports are 10 gig. All of them. Whereas the ASRock has a mix of 10, 5, and 2.0. So, yeah, that's really interesting that they're doing 2.0 when it looks like their competition is doing, like, higher speed. I think ASUS is also doing, like, all high speed. One thing about ASUS, though, man, I am disappointed that the Crosshair, this is supposed to be ASUS's flagship motherboard for the launch. And they left an empty space right here. Every time I look at that empty space, this conjures up like, what is the meaning of life? Like, why are we actually here right now? You know, like, what is this doing? Why is this an empty spot? Where's my extra USB ports? Where's those USB? Why don't I have more USB ports on here? Somebody at ASUS screwed up. They're going to make a $700 motherboard and they're going to leave an empty spot on the back? What is going on here? If they were going to do this, at least give me 10 gigabit. How come there's no 10 gigabit LAN? And why is there an empty spot on the back? Come on, ASUS. What's going on? See, like, this is a legitimate criticism of ASUS. I don't know what all this other criticism about ASUS was earlier this year. There was some stuff about RMA things, but supposedly they fixed all of that now. But, you know, like, this is bizarre. Like, this is questionable. Like, what's going on here? What happened? Anyway. Yeah, the Taichi looks like it should be around $450 to $500. Although I think it's giving you a little bit less. Okay, so there is something that's different about it. One thing about it is that it is giving you 6 SATA ports, whereas the Carbon Wi-Fi only has 4. So the difference is Taichi has 6 SATA, but it has, like, a more questionable USB selection on the back, although it's still a lot of USB. So it may not be the fastest USB on all of them, but it's still a lot of USB. It's better than what ASUS is doing. So I feel like the Taichi is still worth considering. Also, if you're somebody who likes the really wide motherboard, like, this is an EATX. So some people, they like the wider stance that an EATX motherboard offers. It's a larger motherboard. One of the M.2 drives is parallel to the RAM. So, you know, it's different. You got one over here, and then you have 3 down there. So that's something that's interesting about it. That's kind of like how MSI's Ace, the previous Ace from MSI was like that. Reminds you of the empty spot on the Intel upcoming CPU on the bottom corner of the die. The empty spot. Interesting. The empty spot? There's an empty spot on the Intel CPU? Oh, you mean the, yeah. Well, I haven't seen a picture of that, but yeah, this is kind of, yeah. So the Taichi, I mean, this one looks like it's good. One thing that ASRock finally added this time around, they do have the quick disconnect latch. They have a latch here, so it's easy to remove the graphics card now. This is especially useful for people who have a giant Noctua NHD15 like I do. It is a real pain to try to get at the clip to remove the graphics card when you have a giant air cooler. But having this connector over here on the right is very, very nice to have. So ASRock finally has one of these. They finally developed their own patent because everybody patented their own way of doing it, so no one could just blindly copy the other. So now they have their own. So finally they're calling it Easy Release. Anti-drop screw, whatever that is. Intelligent cooling. So they've got one heatsink for the M.2 that's vertical, then they have another one here, the standard one for the Gen 5, and then they have a larger one for the other two M.2 drives, as well as what looks like the chipset. No, the E doesn't stand for extended. So the X870E means X870 Extreme. EATX stands for extended ATX. So no, they're two different things. Yeah, and you can see what's cool about this. I like this picture, actually. Wait, what happened to the picture? I was trying to zoom in on the picture, but why is it not working? This is one of those websites that just doesn't scale properly. Wow. Why do they make their website like this? Anyway, you can see the dual chipsets. There's one here, and there's one there. There's literally two of them. The other thing about ASRock, to give ASRock credit where credit's due, ASRock is always one of the first to give you all the documentation up front. So, for example, they already have their QVL list for the memory. They already have their storage QVL list, so you can see if your SSD is guaranteed to work. They have the CPU support list, all the CPUs that work. And they have the BIOS. They even already have BIOS updates for a motherboard that isn't even officially launched yet. So they have the Agisa 1.2.02. This is the magic BIOS that reduces the inter-CCD latency between the two CCDs on the Ryzen 9950X and 9900X. So this is probably like one of the most important BIOS updates if anybody has those CPUs. And then it also adds the 105 watt TDP option for the Ryzen 7 9700X and the Ryzen 5 9600X. So they already have that as of September 25th on a motherboard that isn't even available for purchase yet until Monday. So really nice on ASRock. The other thing too is they already have the manual. You can already look at the block diagram. Technically, according to reviewers that have been given review samples, they're not allowed to show this because they're under NDA. So I find it quite amusing that ASRock has already leaked the block diagram for their motherboards, even though they're not supposed to do this until Monday. So you see it here first on this stream. We are looking at a exclusive first look at the official block diagram for the Taichi motherboard, and you can see how they mapped it out. So they saved me the trouble of having to derive the block diagram in Paint. So we have the X16 Gen 5, and then we have the second slot, which is a Gen 5 that takes 8 lanes from the switch, which basically, you know, that's how you do your X8 in the two PCIe slots. Then you have the primary Gen 5 SSD, M.2_1. This is Gen 5. So something like, for example, a Crucial T700, one of the fastest Gen 5 SSDs on the planet right now. This would go in there. This would be perfect for this motherboard. And you put it right in that slot right there. Then they have the ASMedia USB 4 host controller. Every X870E and X870 motherboard is guaranteed to have this chips from ASMedia, because this is what they use to connect from the processor to the USB 4 peripheral and pass the DisplayPort signals from the integrated graphics out to the rear USB 4 Type-C ports. This is why I was saying earlier that if you don't have a graphics card, you can still plug a monitor into a USB 4 port on the back of the motherboard, provided you have the cable that goes from DisplayPort to USB-C. Unless your monitor has USB-C on it, then you can just use a regular USB-C to USB-C, and that'll work. And you can drive multiple monitors off of your integrated graphics, because every single X870 motherboard has this ASMedia chipset included. But, like I said earlier, it requires 4 lanes of PCI Gen 4. And that is the reason why we are seeing more resource sharing compared to X670E. And then down here on the chipset, actually, what's over here? So we have a display out to the HDMI. The BIOS chip on the SPI interface is there. It looks like they've got, what is this, dual BIOS? Okay. They don't mention the RAM. Oh, yeah, they do, right here. So, 2 DPC, dual channel. You have channel A and channel B. So, you know, dual channel, and it's 2 DIMMs per channel, so you can do up to 200. Today, you can do up to 192 gigabytes of RAM, but in the future, you'll be able to do 256 gigabytes of RAM across 4 sticks of memory. All right, then we come to the second. Yeah, we come to the second M.2 right here. This one is Gen 4 off of the primary chipset. Then there are 2 SATA ports. Each SATA drive, or each SATA port, takes 1 lane of PCI Gen 3. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. There are the 4 lanes. Remember, every chipset has 4 lanes of PCI Gen 3 that can be used for SATA. So you count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wi-Fi 7 takes 1 lane of Gen 3, and the 5 gigabit Realtek takes 1 lane of Gen 3. If this motherboard had a 10 gigabit LAN interface, a 10 gigabit LAN requires 2 lanes of PCI Gen 3. So keep that in mind. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 Gen 3 lanes are in use. And then we have 4 lanes of Gen 4. That goes to this SSD. So every PCIe lane from the primary chip is in use. Nothing is wasted. Then we go down to the bottom chipset. The bottom chipset has 8 PCI Gen 4 lanes and 4 PCI 3.0 lanes. So we have 4 Gen 4 going to the third M.2 and the second set of 4 for the fourth M.2. So that's all 8 lanes. And then we have 4 more SATA per PCIe 3.0 lane. So once again, every chipset lane is being used. So nothing is being wasted. Everything is accounted for. And they've got like an insane amount of USB on the left here. It looks like they decided to wire the audio to the chipset instead of the CPU. So that means they're probably using the USB interface for something else. Probably this. Looks like 9950 X3D will come out before 5090. Should you upgrade to X870E from MSI Ace? Man, you missed it. You missed it. We were talking about this. You missed the Godlike discussion. We were talking about the Godlike, man. Godlike is a Godlike motherboard. But yeah, if you're, all joking aside, if you are planning to upgrade your motherboard, I'll say this. The only reason somebody should consider upgrading from, if you're on X670E today, especially if you're on a very high-end X670E, for example, if you're on the Ace, or if you're on the Master, or the Hero, or the Extreme, or the Taichi, if you're on one of those, you got to think long and hard about whether or not it's actually worth the money. Because really, the only thing that I can see offering better value, or even like justifying the upgrade, is better memory compatibility, better memory speeds, and more memory at potentially higher speeds. I think that's like priority number one, or that's like the first reason to consider upgrading. Otherwise, it would be like specific things, like you want Wi-Fi 7 for whatever reason, like assuming you even have a router that does Wi-Fi 7, or you want USB 4 because you want the bi-directional 40 gig versus, you know, the standard 10 gig USB-C that's on the current motherboards, or something like that. Like there's a few reasons to consider upgrading, but realistically, you have to think long and hard and ask yourself whether or not it's worth upgrading. And if you're on a very high-end motherboard, like if you're on the Ace or the Hero, and you're looking at some of these other motherboards, honestly, I feel like there's only very, very few options for people who already have a super high-end motherboard. One of those would be the Godlike. The other one would be the Hero, even though the Hero has a very disappointing, or I guess it has kind of a mediocre, let's say, I/O on the back here. It's not that impressive compared to some of the other ones we've seen, especially the MSI options. MSI has some insanely nice I/O on the back. So if you're on X670E today and you're thinking of upgrading to X870E, probably my recommendations are going to be the Godlike, the Hero. If you're an overclocker, I would consider the Hero. The Hero doesn't have the best I/O. The Hero's not a fancy giant EATX board, but I think it's worth considering. It has Slim SAS. I mean, not that that really counts for anything, but it has Slim SAS, so I just wanted to mention it. But the Hero, the Godlike, I don't really know if the Taichi's worth upgrading to, just from what I've seen. I mean, we were literally looking at the block diagram. This is a very standard motherboard. I'm not going to say it's good or great or bad. It's a decent motherboard overall. At the end of the day, the Taichi is a solid choice. If you're someone who is building a new PC, like you're doing an upgrade, you're finally making the jump to DDR5, the Taichi is a solid choice, provided you can fit an EATX motherboard. However, if you're somebody who already has a very high-end X670E, I don't really think the Taichi is going to offer anything of significance over what you currently have. I'm not seeing enough things here. Like, what do they say for memory speed? Well, they're saying 8200 plus. So I guess what you'd want to do is you'd look at the memory QVL for the 9000 series. 9000 series. And you want to see. So it looks like they've got some 8200. They've certified a lot of 8200 and 8000. So I'm guessing it's... we can assume that the new Taichi will support higher memory speeds. I don't know how many layers it has. I don't know if it's 8 layer or 10 layer. 24C. Yeah, but all of them have insanely overbuilt VRMs. all of them have good enough VRMs. Like, they're all overkill VRMs. So that isn't even up for discussion here. You're running 64 gigs at 6,000? Yeah, that's easy. If you're on 2 sticks, that's easy to do on the current motherboards. But yeah, I feel like there's slim choices for upgrades. Like, this is nice, but this is literally like a Rolls-Royce motherboard, guys. Like, if we're being honest, this is the Mercedes S-Class motherboard. It's like so high-end. Like, this is a Ferrari. So it's like, if you're already driving like if you're driving like an old Zonda or something, like, are you gonna go to one of these? It's like, really? it's like, is it worth it? I don't know. That's why I said you gotta think long and hard about it. You're good for this gen? You use the LAN cable? Wi-Fi 7 doesn't matter? Yeah, and for most people, for desktop, I feel like it wouldn't really matter. It's one of those things where it's like, this is what Wi-Fi 7 is one of those things where it's like, if most people are never going to use it, or they're never going to be in a situation where it's going to make a difference. However, it's one of those things where it's like, if the motherboard didn't have Wi-Fi 7, it would be a fail. You know what I'm saying? Like, why does it not have Wi-Fi 7? Even though I'm never going to use Wi-Fi 7, even though my Wi-Fi on my router is literally only Wi-Fi 5. It's like 2 generations back. It's like, oh, it has to have Wi-Fi 7, right? Some people, for real. Would you overclock it with a Carbon though? Yeah, sure I would. Of course I would. Any of these would overclock fine. I mean, the Carbon also has the extra 8-pin down here at the bottom for more power delivery to the PCIe slots. So, Taichi Lite is very similar to Taichi. So this one is probably, I feel like, realistically, the Carbon, I can see a lot of people buying the Carbon. The Carbon, I feel like the Carbon is going to be very popular as one of the higher end choices. The other one that I can see being very popular is the Taichi Lite. The Taichi Lite still offers, functionally, it has everything that the regular Taichi has, except it does not have all the RGB. It's like, take all that RGB and remove it, and instead of black heat sinks, you go with silver heat sinks, and you get the Taichi Lite. That's all this is. 6 SATA interfaces, the same M.2 layout and M.2 type, heat sinks on all the stuff. I'm pretty sure it has the exact same VRM. Yeah, it's got the, I'm pretty sure it has the exact same VRM. Server grade, low loss PCB, 8-layer, 2-ounce copper PCB. So it's probably got the better memory traces, like all these new boards. So yeah, I feel like this one's gonna be this is gonna be a solid choice. This one and the Carbon are going to be the ones that I can totally see Micro Center stocking like 25 plus of the Carbon Wi-Fi and the Taichi Lite. I can see it now. Whereas I think Godlike, they're only gonna have like two of these in stock max. And then for the Crosshair, they're probably going to have like 15 of these or something, because ASUS is a very popular brand. So I feel like launch day, the typical Micro Center or Newegg, well, Newegg will have, you know, like way more, but it's like one source. So I think a typical Micro Center on launch day is probably going to have like 10 to 15 Crosshair heroes. For Strix, they're probably going to have like anywhere from 15 to 25 Strix. Godlike, there's only gonna be like one or two of these. And then the carbon Wi-Fi, probably like, 15 to 25, maybe 30 of these or whatever. Taichi might be like 6 to 12. And then Taichi Lite will probably be like 15 to 25 plus in terms of like. Although I don't know about that, because now I think about it, the Taichi Lite, the one thing about it is that it's eATX. Not everyone has a case that can support eATX. Although most modern cases, standard ATX size, a mid-tower, most of them now can support eATX. So it shouldn't be that much of a problem. But that's one thing. Not everybody likes eATX. And I feel like the carbon is a standard. This being the standard size, it is going to be more compatible. I feel like this is going to be a very popular choice. Any functionality or resource allocation that you don't like on the Hero? The only thing I don't like about the Hero, my main complaint, and we said it earlier, the biggest complaint, this empty spot right here. What is going on here? How do you make a $700 motherboard and like leave an empty spot like that? Everybody else is doing like 8 or more USB Type A, and ASUS puts 6. I mean, to give them the benefit of the doubt, at least they're all 10 gig, but come on now. Really? What is this? There isn't even 10 gig LAN, and there's this empty spot right here. I mean, at least it's got a backplate. Not that that really even matters much, but I mean, it has one, I guess. I mean, it's cool. You're only gonna look at it once and then slot into the chassis, and that's the end of that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this is about. Like this is the biggest fail on the Hero as far as I can tell. You get a bunch of stickers though. Let me see. Did we look at the back of this one? Wait a minute. This is 24689. Wait, hold on a second. Whoa. The Strix, the lower end motherboard has 9 USB Type A. And the higher end, the flagship Hero only has 6. It's like, yeah, I get that the Crosshair has a 2.5 gig LAN, whereas the Strix only has a 5 gig. But, what? Wait, what? How did this happen? Yeah, I guess you could put the sticker on there. Something has to go. Like the little Ryzen 9 or Ryzen 7 logo sticker that comes in the Ryzen box, that needs to go there. Or some ASUS ROG thing needs to be plastered over there. How come the Strix already has the sticker logo included? What's going on with the Hero? The Godlike doesn't have HDMI because it filled it up with everything else. Yeah, the Godlike doesn't have HDMI, but keep in mind that you can still plug a monitor into these 40 gigabit USB ports. USB 4 supports DisplayPort Alt mode. So you can still drive multiple monitors off the Godlike. So to me, that's not a big deal. But like this, what? It's more fun. You get to put the sticker so they charge more. What? Man, ASUS is literally failing so hard right now. I think we're done talking about ASUS. This is irritating me more and more when I look at this. And then when I click on this and I see empty space, it's not like the Strix doesn't have empty space either. But at least they put something here. At least there's more USB. So I don't know. This is weird. This is a $500 motherboard. This is a $700 motherboard. Like, it's one of those things. Like, if somebody showed this to you and asked you, like, how much do you think this IO, like, how much do you think the motherboard that has this IO is worth? Like, it's like that would be an interesting blind test. Like, guess the price of the motherboard based off of the IO on the back. You know what I'm saying? Does this look like a $700 motherboard just by looking at the IO? Does this look like a $500 motherboard? Does this motherboard look like its IO is worth more than those other two? All right, we need to cover Gigabyte real quick. So Gigabyte, I talked about them briefly last time. So the Aorus Master, I'm very familiar with the Aorus Master because that's currently my main motherboard. So for those that do not know, I currently use the X670E Aorus Master. So I'm very, very familiar with Gigabyte's Aorus Master, having used it for 2 years now. I've had this motherboard for 2 years. It's just been over 2 years. Literally yesterday was the 2-year anniversary for me and the Gigabyte Aorus Master. So the new and improved version, so X870E, it has higher memory. They're claiming up to 8,600 megatransfers on the memory speed. Does it say how many layers? It doesn't say how many layers. Do they have the manual? Oh, the manual's been up for a while. Wait a minute. Wait, this is supposed to be under NDA. Wow, how are we able to look at this stuff? This stuff is supposed to be under NDA. Like, no one's supposed to be showing this. I don't care because no one gave me a review sample. I'm not under any NDA. I can do whatever I want. So it's like, we're going to look at this. It's like, thou shall not look at thy motherboard block diagram. You know what? Okay, well, screw you. We're going to look at it. So the switch is PCI 5.0, 24 lanes. You can see the switch. So it's going to be the full 16 go to the GPU, or they go to, or 8 of them go to the GPU, and 8 of them are split across 2 Gen 5 M.2 drives. So we got 4 here, 4 here, 4 here. So all of the CPU lanes are going to a bunch of M.2 and the graphics card. But then there are still 4 lanes that are over here. So just like with ASRock, there it is. ASMedia USB 4. 2 USB 4s with DisplayPort Alt mode, which means you can drive monitors off of here. And then, oh wait, 2 HDMI. 2 HDMI. Wait, this thing really has 2 HDMI on the back? Huh? Oh wait, one of them is inside. So they got 1 HDMI on the back? Okay, I don't know what happened there. I tried to zoom in. It has a zoom feature, but it zooms in so much I can't see it. All right, it's got 1 HDMI, 2 terrible USB 2.0. You got the clear CMOS. Okay, all that stuff's there. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gig USB A. There's the 40 gig USB, 2 of them, both with DisplayPort Alt. So you can drive monitors off of those. So you can already do like at minimum 3 monitors on the back. And then we got what is this? We got 4 10 gig USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 1. I like that they have 10 USB Type A. That's a lot of USB Type A. That's the most I've seen so far. So, but Gigabyte has always done good in terms of USB on the back. They do have what looks like a vent. It looks like there is a perforation here so air can get through the back. I don't know if that means they have active cooling on their VRM. I highly doubt it, but they do have ventilation for air to get through the back of the motherboard. The Wi-Fi 7 plug is the new connector. They have a 5 gig LAN, just like on the Taichi. And they have the same audio setup that everyone else seems to have these days. So you get your optical, and you have the line out and the microphone. So very standard. It's surprising that they're revealing their motherboard block diagram, but okay. USB 4. There's the fourth M.2. And what's interesting about this is instead what they've done, and I don't know how I feel about this. On the one side, it's nice that they're not sharing any of these lanes between NVMe drives and actual expansion slots. And the way they're able to do that is because they're basically borrowing the lanes from what would have gone to the primary PCIe, and they're giving them to M.2 drives. So they're basically doing what they did last time with the Aorus Extreme, Extreme spelled with an X. So the X670E Aorus Extreme, this new X870 Master looks a lot like the Extreme of the previous generation in terms of how they did their CPU lanes. But what's interesting is down here, they actually have dual X4 expansion slots that are not shared with anything else. So they've got 4 for Gen 4, they have 4 for Gen 3, and then the remaining lanes are going to Wi-Fi 7 and the 5 gigabit LAN. So something doesn't add up. Like, 2 of the lanes are not being used on the second chipset, unless they're being used for some USB hub or something like that. Maybe they're using like an ASM chip to convert a PCIe lane to a USB hub controller, and they're doing something like that. I don't know why they need to do that. I would rather them have done something like a 5th M.2 drive or something like that. This is kind of a bizarre choice. So I don't know how I feel about this motherboard. Right now, I feel like, as somebody who has an X670E Aorus Master, I would not upgrade to this. This feels like, at best, a marginal side grade, if not a slight downgrade, because I don't like how they've done the switch, and I don't like how they're wasting 2 lanes. Because remember, the second chip has 4 PCI 3, which they are using, and it has 8 PCI 4. They're using 4, 5, 6. They're using 6 out of 8 Gen 4 lanes. Gigabyte is leaving chip lanes. They're leaving PCIe lanes on the table. So they are shortchanging the consumer from a utilization standpoint. They're not using all the lanes that are available to them. At the very least, what they could have done is they could have taken those last 2 Gen 4 lanes and offered a 5th M.2 drive that only runs at half bandwidth. I would have been okay with that, because at least it's something rather than nothing. So unfortunately, I'm not a big fan of the new Aorus Master. It is a little bit disappointing. Not a good I agree, RK. I don't think this one's a good allocation of resources. Not saying it's a bad motherboard, but I feel like Gigabyte could have done a little bit more with this second chip. I don't know. I think the people who would be interested in buying this, however, they would be looking at... You know what? I thought of another thing. I thought of a perfect use case. They could have either done a 5th M.2, or they could have given you 10 gigabit LAN. This motherboard left 10 gigabit LAN on the table, because you only need 2 lanes of Gen 3 to achieve 10 gigabit Ethernet. And they literally have 2 lanes of Gen 4 sitting there doing nothing. Or they could have given you 6 SATA ports, if they wanted to wire the last two to Gen 3. They could have done 6 SATA, kind of like what we see on the Taichi and the Taichi Lite. So, sorry Gigabyte, but I gotta say, this one's a pass. This is a pass. Like, I'm not gonna get it. Like, I'm not gonna consider it if I was looking for an X870E high-end motherboard. So, not saying it's, like, a terrible choice, but I don't like seeing lanes essentially wasted. Because they could have given you a 5th M.2, they could have given you 10 gigabit LAN, or they could have given you 2 more SATA ports. But instead, what do you get? Nothing. Nothing. It's literally wasted. Instead, lanes are taken from the GPU to give into M.2 drives. Like, I don't know. I guess we're kind of done. I don't want to hate on Gigabyte too much because I think overall, it's from a performance standpoint, it's probably fine. It's just I don't like it when there's lanes that are just not used. I feel like that's shortchanging the consumer. At least they made a second GPU slot, PCI 5.0. No, they didn't. They did not. No. It's not. It's not. So this slot and this slot are the exact same slot. So here. This is the PCI 5.0 slot. This is PCI 4.0 X4 off the chipset. Meaning this one is this one down here. This one at the very bottom is 4 lanes of PCI Gen 3. So that one is down here. So I'll tell you though, I want to give Gigabyte, I want to end this on a positive note. I don't want to put Gigabyte down because I know that their engineering team worked hard to make this. So one use case for this motherboard that could be good is a production live streamer's PC. This would still make an excellent live streamer's PC. Somebody like Asmongold or well, I don't know about Asmongold, but somebody who does variety streams and needs a lot of capture cards and external cameras connected to the computer, they could definitely benefit from these X4 native lanes. Because I can give you an example right now. Somebody could plug in an AverMedia Live Gamer 4K and stream their PlayStation 5 Pro games off of one of these X4 slots. And if they want to do Xbox, or if they want to do dual PC stream, they could plug another capture card in the X4 and they could get, like both consoles and the PC all in one. So that is one use case that I can see somebody using. Like, this is more of like a multimedia production, like live streamer type motherboard. That's the way I see it. It doesn't have the best allocation. It irks me that like there's 2 lanes down here that are literally just hanging, doing nothing. But the X4 slots being independent and not sharing bandwidth with anything, that is actually pretty nice. So there could be some decent, some corner case use cases where this motherboard could be ideal for somebody. So that's what I'll say there. But man, like this literally could have easily had 10 gigabit LAN. Then it would be in a much better spot. If only they used those last 2 lanes on that PCI Express bus. It's just that's gonna sting them. That's gonna sting them. I don't know if people who are gonna review these are gonna even touch on that. I wonder how the mainstream reviewers, if they'll actually notice that Gigabyte didn't use all the lanes on that second chipset. But anyway, that's the Aorus Master. It's okay, but unfortunately, there are a lot of better options. So for someone who doesn't do their research, they'll end up buying this because it's got RGB, it looks cool, it's standard ATX. Damien, thanks for the sub. I don't know if you're watching live, but if you are, appreciate it. But that's the Aorus Master. So let's take a look real quick at the Aorus Elite. Wait, what was Matt saying? You're better off with the last generation if you're getting one, since they have better PCBs on some of them being 8-layer. Aorus Master is 8-layer. The X870Es are pretty much all 8-layer. This is going to be I think this is an 8-layer. I'd be very surprised if this was not an 8-layer. But this one's the Elite, so this is going to be lower cost. If I had to guess, for the Aorus Master, this one is probably going to be around $500. So this is a $500 motherboard with 2 lanes that are literally hanging. They literally left 2 lanes hanging on a $500 motherboard. That is, I don't know, for some people, that would be called a deal breaker. But this will be their highest end board at launch. There is only one higher tier that they could offer in the future, and that would be the X870E Aorus Extreme, spelled with an X. So the Elite, this one is going to be more popular. I feel like most people that are going to be on a budget are going to get the Elite if they're going Gigabyte. Let's take a look at this one. So I like that it has the postcode debug. That's very nice to see, because just like with MSI's Tomahawk, they're offering more lower cost boards with the postcode debug. That is something that everybody, all motherboard brands got criticized last time for not having postcode debugs on motherboards that were priced under $450. Unless you were buying a B650E. There were a few B650E which were $300, like the most expensive B650Es, which were $350 last time. Those had postcode debugs, but other than that, if you wanted an X series motherboard with a postcode, you were paying at minimum $450. So it's nice to see some lower cost options. This one is probably going to be around like 300. I would say 350 to 400 probably for the Elite Wi-Fi 7. The Pro Ice. Yeah, let's actually pull that one up now while you reminded me. Gigabyte Aorus Pro Ice. Oh, okay. So if you're doing like a white build, this one would be a nice one, but this is going to blind people on watching this. Let's go to the gallery. So it has the postcode. I like that. It has the postcode. That's very nice. See what I mean? They're doing a lot of these lower cost boards that have the postcode. Very nice. The back of it, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Look, 9 USB type A. Then you get your 40 gigs. You got your HDMI. Your, what is that? 2.5 gig LAN, unfortunately. Not 5 gig LAN. But I could tell this is going to be a cost reduced version. So this is going to be a lot more affordable than the Master. In fact, this is going to be probably lower priced than the Elite. Let me see. What is on the back? Yeah, well, hold on a second. So the Elite only has 2.5 gig LAN also. It has 10 USB-A. It has the HDMI. It has BIOS flashback, but it does not have a clear CMOS on the back. It usually has a clear CMOS down here somewhere, though. Usually on a Gigabyte board, if they do not include the BIOS, the clear CMOS on the back, they actually have it on the bottom somewhere. It's usually down here somewhere. There's a button right next to the pins that you would short to clear the CMOS. That is the case with a lot of the current Gigabyte boards. But yeah, it probably has the button physically on the board somewhere. The Ice, I don't know. I don't know the distinction between like which one's higher. Elite versus Pro, I think the Elite is considered higher tier. I think it goes Pro, Elite, Master, Extreme, if I remember correctly. And sometimes there's an Ultra in there too. Ultra Elite or something like that. So I don't know which one of these is more higher end. I'm assuming the Elite is higher end. We'd have to look if this one has... Both of them only have 2.5 gig LAN. Yeah, 2.5 gig LAN. This one's got the Wi-Fi... All of them have Wi-Fi 7, though. Yeah, both of them are X870E, which means they're both dual chipset. Do they have the manual? Oh, wow, they have the manual. These are supposed to be under NDA. Why are all their manuals, like, visible? Okay, so this one's the ICE. Just like the Master, they're doing the same thing up here with the CPU lanes. Then they have this. Okay, they got a fourth M.2 here. They're doing the same thing with the Master. Oh, okay, so it's basically the same as the Master, except where are... Okay, there's 4 SATA here. I don't understand why Gigabyte is doing... Man, I don't understand why Gigabyte's doing the dual X4s. One is Gen 4 and one is Gen 3. They really like doing that for some reason with this generation. Like, they've got... They're doing X4 native, which is actually pretty cool. No one else is doing that. They're like the only ones doing that. They're doing dual X4s. You know what this looks like, though? This is what they did on Intel's Z690. Gigabyte put dual X4s on a lot of their Z690 motherboards. Which is why Gigabyte was one of the best for Z690. Back when Intel's 12th gen launched. Almost 3 years ago. So, it's interesting seeing them going back to that. Because they went away from this, and now they've come back to it for some weird reason. But again, they're still leaving lanes on the table. Like, why are the last 2 lanes empty? So that's no different from the Master. I don't understand why they are doing this. Is this any different? Oh, whoa, what? This one's drawn differently. So the same thing. This one has a more interesting, different diagram. Like, it's more detailed for some reason. But it's still effectively the same. I'm not sure what is the difference. Functionally, they're exactly the same. They're all the same. Like, I don't understand. One is called Pro and one is Pro Ice. The other is the Elite Wi-Fi 7, but they both have Wi-Fi 7. They both have like the same layout in terms of the type of slots that they're using. I don't understand what's different besides the color scheme and the name. As far as I can tell, these motherboards are identical. Pro Ice and Aorus Elite are literally the same motherboard. Maybe the VRMs are different. This is a 16 plus 2 plus 2. This is a 16 plus 2 plus 2. They have the exact same VRMs. I don't understand what's different here. I guess the only difference, from what I can tell, they both have postcode debug. I'm surprised both of them have postcode debug. I thought only one of them would have it. They both have the enforced slot for the graphics card. They both have the button for the graphics card, quick disconnect. Yeah, I think both of these are going to be very popular choices. It's just going to depend on the color aesthetic for the build. You know, like, are you going for that white build? The Ice looks really good. The one thing though, actually, did we look at the back? I can't tell what's different. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, so the Elite has more USB. The Elite has one more USB port. They're both 2.5 gig LAN. So neither one of them have 5 gig LAN. Neither one of them have the clear CMOS on the back. The difference between the Elite and the Pro is one USB port. One more USB port on the Elite. That's it. As far as I can tell, the difference is one USB port. You get one more USB port if you go with the Elite over the Pro Ice. That's it. Two USB ports on the first column and one on the third. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This one has 10 USB Type A's. This one has 9 USB Type A's. That's the difference. However, this one, I don't know what speed the white ones are. Those are probably USB 2.0. So you, at the end of the day, these are 5 gig, these are 10 gig. So it gets even more hilarious. So the Pro has 3 10 gig USB Type A and 4 5 gig and then 2 2.0. This one has only 2 10 gig Type A. The red ones are 10 gig. And then it has 4 5 gig and 4 USB 2.0, the 480 meg. So I prefer more USB, even if they're slower speed, than less USB. So I gotta say the Elite wins by a tiny bit. Keep in mind though, it's one extra lower speed, and it's like this one has one less high speed and one more mid speed. This one has one more high speed and one less 2.0. So I don't know, it's almost a wash. It's like take your pick. If you're doing a white build, obviously the Pro Ice is going to make more sense. Otherwise, the Elite has one more USB port. That's basically the only thing that's different. The nice thing about the Gigabyte boards, all of them have the button. All these motherboards have the button. The quick disconnect for the GPU. I can see the button on here. It's got it over here. Obviously the master has it because the current master has it. So yeah, they all have the quick disconnect now. Another difference between the current master and the new master. The current master is an eATX motherboard. The new master is a standard ATX motherboard. So that is something worth mentioning. USB 4 on the current master is optional. I have a video showing how to add it via an add-in card. It is mandatory and standard on the new Aorus master. So that is another thing that's different. So otherwise, I feel like Gigabyte's motherboards are okay. They're okay. They're not terrible. They're not amazing. However, unfortunately, there are better choices. The Carbon Wi-Fi is an objectively better motherboard than the Master. The Godlike is, well, we won't even talk about the Godlike because it's different. It doesn't even compete because it's in a completely different price class. The Strix, I mean, as much as I was nitpicking ASUS with this empty space here, at the end of the day, the ASUS board is using all the lanes. It's not wasting resources. So technically, the ASUS board is a better alternative to the Gigabyte Aorus Master. It is unfortunate, but Gigabyte should have done something with those 2 lanes to better differentiate the product. So I think that they're bringing up the rear this time. I feel like even the ASRock boards, even the Taichi and the Taichi Lite, they're using all their resources. So they're leaving nothing on the table. So I would say, I guess, based off a ranking, now that we've looked at all these motherboards, I would say MSI, I got to give it to MSI. MSI has the best lineup. I think the Carbon Wi-Fi is an excellent choice for a new build. It's a great board. They also have the best overall motherboard, but this is probably also the most expensive motherboard, and it has a whole bunch of gimmicks. If you're someone who likes gimmicks on your motherboard, you got 4 screens on your motherboard. You got essentially a thing that disconnects from the board like it's some kind of transformer. That's the Godlike. It's got all the wingdings. It's got all the special features. It has a fully loaded I/O on the back, and it is one of the few motherboards that has 10 gigabit LAN. Not only does it have 10 gigabit LAN, it also has 5 gigabit LAN, and Wi-Fi 7, and USB 4. So it's got like everything, although USB 4 and Wi-Fi 7 are on all these boards. But anyway, you guys get the picture. So MSI, I got to give the win to MSI. They, at least on paper, they have the best looking choices. Although realistically, I think the Carbon is the one. The Carbon and the Tomahawk are probably going to be the ones that most people consider if they're looking at MSI. Second place, I would give it to ASUS. Sort of, I guess, although I don't know. You know what? I really think Taichi, I think ASRock and ASUS are kind of tied in a way. So the main difference is, are you okay with an EATX motherboard? Because ASRock is doing EATX on their flagship. Both Taichi and Taichi Lite are both big motherboards. Big, wide motherboards. They got that wide stance. They're spread out. Like they're EATX. They've got that spread going. Whereas ASUS is going with the slim and trim. We've got the ATX form factor, standard. It can fit in most cases, if not all standard mid-tower cases. Can accept a standard ATX board. Both the Strix and the Hero are standard ATX. So I don't know. I would say it's almost a tie between these two. If I had to choose one, I'd have to give the win to ASUS. They edge out ASRock ever so slightly because they have stuff that overclockers like. For example, the E-clock. I don't know for a fact if these boards actually have dual E-clock. I'm assuming that because of the current generation. But I don't see why they would change that with the newer one. This one has Slim SAS. None of the other motherboards have Slim SAS, but it has something to differentiate it from the rest. On top of that, ASUS is touting their Nitro Path technology, which they claim will support higher DDR5 speeds. This can also potentially apply to 4 sticks of DDR5. So that is the reason why I have to give the win. For second place, I have to give it to ASUS with the Crosshair Hero and the Strix E-E gaming Wi-Fi. So that means ASRock is third place. So they're the bronze medalists. They now finally have the GPU quick disconnect latch. Although it looks like only the Taichi has that. The Taichi Lite does not have that, which is very unfortunate. That's a missed opportunity. I forgot to mention that earlier, but the Taichi Lite does not have the quick disconnect for the GPU. So that is a big letdown. And that is why the Taichi is in third place. And then finally, we have Gigabyte bringing up the rear in fourth place because they have motherboards that leave literal PCIe lanes hanging, doing nothing. And that's never a good thing because they could have easily given you 10 gigabit LAN, or they could have given you 2 more SATA ports for a total of 6 instead of 4, which is what ASRock did with their Taichi board. Or they could have done a fifth M.2 that only has 2 lanes that runs at half bandwidth, but at least it would be a fifth M.2 rather than absolutely nothing. So that is the reason why, unfortunately for Gigabyte, they are in last place with the launch of the X870E motherboards. Your PC is in the living room, entertainment center, connected to the Anthem 15.2. RK agrees. Yeah, I think MSI definitely, I feel, is probably first place and Gigabyte's last place, which is really weird because those two historically have always had very, very similar product lineups. I'm trying to think, like, what would be the optimal use case for some of these? Oh, I guess one final one that we did not talk about. Well, let's talk about the ProArt briefly. The ProArt is a $500 motherboard from ASUS. However, the one thing that I wanted to see them do on the new ProArt to improve it over the last generation was add a postcode debug, which unfortunately somebody at ASUS did not get the memo. When everybody was complaining about having to pay $500 for a postcode debug, ASUS, in all their infinite wisdom, decided to make a new ProArt and forget about the postcode. How do you make a $500 motherboard and still not include a postcode? This thing literally, like, failed on the one thing that it needed to do to improve itself over the previous generation. All it needed to do was add a postcode and leave everything the same, and they would be totally fine. But no, they missed the mark. Oh, the disappoint. How ASUS continues to disappoint. However, the one reason why I want to mention this motherboard is because this motherboard is one of the few that includes 10 gigabit LAN. 10 gigabit LAN. So far, the motherboards that we've looked at, out of all these motherboards, only 2 of them have 10 gigabit LAN. One of them is the Godlike, which has 10 plus 5, and the other one is the ProArt, which for some reason doesn't have a postcode debug, even though it's $500. Really, ASUS? I don't know. I don't understand, like, what... Especially because this is meant to go with, like, the creator, the professional type. So the professional users, these are the ones that are typically, they're going to buy, like, some sort of service level agreement with either their local retailer like Micro Center or somebody. And if they have to do remote troubleshooting, one of the things that would have been very, very useful would be a postcode debug, because all they have to do is tell the support tech over the phone what is the code that they're seeing on the motherboard. Well, guess what? There's no postcode on the motherboard. So now you're just hunting in the dark as to trying to figure out, like, debugging what the problem is with the PC. You know, the remote tech is going to have a field day trying to figure out, like, diagnosing what the problem is based on what the customer is saying is wrong with the computer. You know what I'm saying? So, because the ProArt, meant for creators, it's going to be for the people who typically have those service level contracts. And to me, a postcode is a no-brainer. It should be on this professional motherboard. Like, really, ASUS? Like, why? What were you thinking when you made this motherboard and, like, made it a... It's like, oh, it's a ProArt, it's a professional motherboard, yet it doesn't have, like, a thing that should be on Any motherboard at this price point. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, at the very least, it has 10 gig and it has 2.5. So the ironic thing is this is marketed as a creator motherboard. However, the Godlike outperforms the ProArt for the exact same use case. And it isn't even marketed as a creator motherboard. This is supposed to be some kind of like high-end gamer whatever, but it's like so high-end that it's even more high-end than what a gamer would actually need. So this one is actually the true professional creator motherboard. There is a way to do it. There is a way, but it's very hit or miss with these newer BIOSes. So there is a way. I have a video showing how to do it, but I will tell you that it is complicated because every single brand has a different way of outputting the postcode info. They all use different physical interfaces. So I have shown, in fact, I have a video. Let me find the video real quick. Trying to find my video that actually showed me using that. A lot of my memory videos, my memory overclocking videos, featured it. Hey YouTube, in this video we're going to be taking a... Hold on, let me see. Let me mute myself here. So, there we go. See, so you can do it. Right here, I'm using the special card that can do it. Okay, so I've installed the RAM, and there just did the initial... So, what I'm showing here, the motherboard that I'm using in this video is the X670E ASRock Steel Legend. This motherboard does not have a postcode, so I had to plug in my own debug card, essentially, to the motherboard so I could pull the postcode info off of the board. Now, this is on an ASRock Steel Legend, and as you guys know, if you watched my build video that I did last So anyway, you can see, like, there's no postcode on this board, right? There's the Deep Cool, which is apparently banned in North America, although I think it's coming back, but Deep Cool, this is a Deep Cool AK620, and you can see in there the Inland TD510 Gen 5 SSD, and then we have an RTX 4090. There's the RAM in there. That's that magic G-Skill. There's the magic memory. 1,000 mega transfers RAM. But kit in there. There we go. Like you can see. Booted into Windows at 60. And this motherboard, I have added Thunderbolt to the motherboard. So anyway, that's... So the point is, yes, you can add it. It's kind of a pain to do though, because you have to make sure that you have to make sure that you have a debug card that has the supported interface for the motherboard. And every few years, the motherboard brands, they change the way they do the way they output the code. Like for example, Gigabyte, supposedly Gigabyte, you can literally just plug this card in to a PCIe slot on a Gigabyte board and it will read the scrolling code. Now, the current Gigabyte motherboards do not do that. So, with this card, I can pull ASRock and ASUS and I think MSI, although I'm not 100% sure on that. But I cannot get the Gigabyte ones with this card. I would need a different type for Gigabyte because they do it differently. So, at least the newer Gigabyte. This one does work with older Gigabyte boards, but not the newer Gigabyte boards. So, that's another thing. So, keep that in mind. So, it's meaning if you're somebody who is like, oh, well, I don't need to buy a motherboard with a postcode because I can just add one. Let me tell you, as somebody who bought a motherboard that didn't have a postcode and was really, really annoyed while trying to overclock RAM to like, 8,000 megatransfers or higher and having to sit through memory training and make sure that it was actually training and not like stalling and hard freezing, it is a real pain trying to do all of that with no postcode, sitting there in the dark, wondering what's going on. But with this, it's like night and day difference. So yeah, no, let's put it this way. I will never buy another motherboard that does not have a postcode ever again. I did it with this current generation, like this ASRock board doesn't have one, hence why I had to actually go and get one of these things, because it was driving me crazy trying to troubleshoot what was going on while doing overclocking, and when the computer hangs, and I think it's hanging, but it might not be hanging, and the light's still blinking, but it's been like 3 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really annoying. The other thing that I like using when I'm doing these sort of tests is a graphics card that only illuminates its LED when the system is going to post and actually go to the operating system. And that is the reason why I really, really like the reference cards from AMD and NVIDIA. This is the reason why I typically go only exclusively with NVIDIA's Founders Edition graphics cards, because the GeForce RTX logo will never light up until the computer is ready to post. And I can show that in this video. So let's we just mute it here, and then we'll just... So, okay, wait. Well, it's already illuminated, but let me see. Does this video show... I don't even know if I show that in here. No, maybe. Oh, yeah, I do, right here. So, okay. So, look. GeForce logo is off. Code 15. Anybody who has an X670E or a B650E with a postcode knows exactly what code 15 means. So, code 15, that means DDR5 memory training. So check it out. GeForce RTX is offline. And actually, maybe I should just play the audio. You're very familiar with code 15. Code 15 basically means memory training. That's very good to see. All right, so when the light comes up, that means we're coming into Windows here. See, look, there it goes. Bam, there's the post beep. There's the buzzer. We're going to Windows. So that's A0. That means we're going into the BIOS. And sure enough, we are now running at 8,000 megatransfers on the RAM. So anyway, that was with a 7950 X3D. But yeah, that's memory training. But anyway, see, it's very useful to have the postcode debug. I will never buy another motherboard that doesn't include a postcode debug. It is super annoying to have to jump through all these hoops to wire this thing up and connect this and find one that actually has the right connector, because it changes over the years. ASRock, for those wondering, ASRock uses something called the UART. UART. I think UART1 or something is the connector type that you have to pull the postcode info on the debug card. So just for those that were curious. But anyway, that's the other reason why I prefer graphics cards that have that are compliant with AMI BIOS boot procedure when it comes to their LEDs. GeForce RTX from NVIDIA, the official NVIDIA cards, are compliant. Also, AMD's Radeon reference cards, like for example, the made by AMD or the MBA version of the 7900 XTX, also is compliant with the AMI postcode procedure, which means the RGB on the AMD reference card will not illuminate until the system is past the initial train and the post check, and it's going to post. So that is the reason why I typically, if I'm doing like off-stream Like if I'm working on a video effectively, like doing an overclock guide, for example, I will only ever use either an NVIDIA Founders Edition or an AMD, a made by AMD reference card, because those I can rely on to give me more insight into what's actually happening while debugging. I cannot get that same functionality out of these modern AIB cards because all these AIB cards have all this RGB on them that doesn't actually tell me anything, because as soon as they have power and you turn on the computer, all the RGB lights up, and that doesn't tell me if the system is posting or doing something, or, you know, so this is way more useful. So Founders Edition all the way, or AMD, made by AMD MBA Edition. I guess people are calling it the MBA Edition for AMD. So you got Founders NVIDIA, you got MBA AMD. Those are the only ones that I like to use when it comes to debugging. Anyway. So I guess that's pretty much it, guys. Like, is anybody watching the stream? Is anybody considering upgrading or like going to do a new build in the next week or something? Because these motherboards are supposedly launching next week, so I expect to see a lot of videos flood my YouTube recommendation on like all these different X870 motherboards on Monday, because Monday is launch day. RK, you're planning on upgrading? I really want to know what is going to happen with the memory. That's what I want to know. That's the only thing I really care to know. Cam, you're not? Yeah. You're still on AM4 with the 5800X3D? Ace could still come out. It's just not going to come out at launch. It's coming out later. Yeah, Ace is coming out later. You're upgrading from Z370? Yeah, Z370 is pretty old. That's like that's like late 2017. That's old. Is this even... Oh, there we go. $9,900K? I mean, it could be, but... No, the Z370 was actually launched with the i7 8700K. The Z390 was the motherboard that accompanied the 9900K, which was the original i9. Okay, it's interesting talking about Intel stuff. So Intel's coming soon too, guys. Like, Intel's gonna have a new CPU family soon, and it's going to make a lot of people who have Raptor Lake feel very, very salty. I feel like Intel's going to develop a few trust issues with their general consumer base because of what happened with the 13th, 14th gen fiasco. What I call the Raptor Lake fiasco. The V-Min. Intel internally refers to it as the V-Min.
Come on. Faster.
But all kidding aside, Intel's got some new stuff coming down soon. I think people need to temper their expectations. Let's put it this way. People need to temper their expectations. Because the problem was people did not temper their expectations for Zen 5. And then they were very well, okay, I won't say they were very disappointed. A lot of the reviews for Zen 5 were actually pretty good. It was only there was a handful of a few reviews out there that were really, really hoping for like significant uplifts. So Core Ultra is going to be more of an efficiency play. Oh, I can't go across the water? So don't expect Intel to be like insanely faster than their previous generation, because that's not the goal. The goal is to level set from an efficiency standpoint. So it's basically AMD and Intel are focusing on the same thing when it comes to bringing the overall power consumption down and trying to bring incremental performance improvements. So that's what's going to happen. Anyone who thinks that Intel's new Core Ultra is going to be some insanely improved thing over Raptor Lake, besides power consumption, is setting themselves up for some disappointment. I'm warning you guys now. Temper your expectations accordingly, because if you think the 14900K is going to be demolished by a 285K, you're gonna be disappointed. That's what I can tell you. And the reason why we can back this up is all you got to do is look at the mobile market. Look at Meteor Lake and look at 13th gen on mobile, and that shows you what the expected differences are going to be. So in terms of how the Core Ultra 9 285K will compare to the 14900K, the single thread performance will be a little bit faster, as expected, like it has to be faster. And then the multi-thread performance will be, it'll depend on the application. In applications that weren't super dependent on hyperthreading, it will actually outperform the 14900K. But in applications that used a lot of threading and used a lot of hyperthread functionality, we might actually see some performance regressions in the multi-thread area, just because Intel is not going to use hyperthreading on their new CPUs. So they're losing hyperthreading, which means 8 P-core plus 16 E-core equals 24 threads. Whereas Raptor Lake's 14900K is 8 P-core plus 16 E-core, where each 8 P-core does what I call DBZ split form technique, so you get 32 threads on a 14900K. So that is how Intel was able to match AMD's flagship in terms of thread count. So in terms of multi-thread performance, the Core Ultra 285K will not be able to beat the 9950X. However, I think in terms of single thread, it will be a little bit ahead of it, but not by a lot, because if you guys go back and look at the reviews for the single thread numbers, the 9950K is, or the 9950X is currently the fastest in terms of single thread and multi-thread. So I think what's going to happen is Intel's Ultra will surpass it in single thread, but it will lose in multi-thread just because it doesn't have enough threads.
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
But yeah, we will be covering Arrow Lake's launch as well as we get closer and closer. But that's going to be at the end of October, whereas X870E is the very beginning of the month.
I'll go and fetch him.
I mean, all of the info about Alder Lake's performance is literally already on the internet. So it's like, I mean, there's a lot that's already out there. So we already kind of know where it stands. Basically, Intel's goal was to eliminate hyperthreading and try to minimize the performance, the multi-thread performance loss. And the way they're able to make up for that difference is with the new E-cores. It's actually the E-cores where we're going to see the biggest performance uplift. And that translates into much better multi-thread. Meaning, if you were to take a 14900K and disable hyperthreading and force it to only have 24 threads, and you compare that to a new Arrow Lake, the Arrow Lake will demolish the Raptor Lake.
Why is the tavern shut?
But no one's going to review it that way. I mean, some people might turn off hyperthreading on Raptor Lake just academically. Like, you'll see that in some written reviews. You're not going to see that in video reviews, though. So, everyone who's going to compare 14900K to the new Arrow Lake, they're going to be doing, like, hyperthreading on 14th gen versus no hyperthreading on the new Intel Ultra. But yeah, that will be interesting to see. If those rumors are true regarding the like AMD trying to bring X3D to market faster, then I think it's because they know how Arrow Lake's going to perform already. So my thing, here's what I think is going to happen, guys, because I think people are probably wondering the same thing. I think when Arrow Lake launches, it's going, in terms of gaming performance, it's going to defeat all of the last gen parts. Meaning it's going to beat the 14900K, it's going to beat the 14900KS, and it's going to beat all of Intel's older CPUs, and then it's going to also beat AMD's 9000 series, and it's going to beat the X3D, like the 7800 X3D. It's going to trade blows, but I think ultimately, I think Intel's probably going to win more than they lose against the 7800 X3D and the 7950 X3D. However, I think they're going to end up losing to Zen 5 X3D. Because Zen, I mean, unless there's clock speed regressions, like significant ones, I don't see how Intel can beat AMD's X3D. I mean, I just think there's too much of a gap, because the cache difference that X3D offers is just like too much of an advantage. And the IPC is way too close. Like, if you go look at the online leaks for Arrow Lake's IPC is so close to Zen 5, like, they're literally almost the same. So that's the reason why you take Zen 5's IPC gains, you couple that with X3D, that automatically will put X3D Zen 5 in front of Arrow Lake from a gaming performance standpoint. And I think AMD knows that. And that's why they're trying to bring Zen 5 3D or X3D out faster, because they don't want Intel to have that window where it's like they're claiming, oh, we're the fastest again in gaming because they're faster than the 7800 X3D. Because I think that's what's going to happen. I would not be surprised. I mean, what do you guys think? I'll ask the chat. Like, what do you guys think? 7800 X3D versus Intel Ultra 7 265K. Like, who do you think is going to be faster in gaming? What do you guys think?
Ready, go?
I think the Intel is going to be a little bit faster. But it's going to be like very low single-digit percentages faster. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. This is very much like Shadowbringers, this area. This is like Arang. You're upgrading every generation? Yeah, I agree. Well, okay. Since 7800 X3D right now, compare it with... Why would you compare a $300... Why would you compare a $350 CPU to a $600 CPU, dude? Like, that's... Why would you do that? Who would do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, It should be the i7 versus the Ryzen 7. If you're going to compare the Ultra 9, that would be 7950 X3D. Like, put it this way. Like, if you had budget to buy a $350 CPU, are you going to consider... people who have that kind of money to spend on a 7800 X3D are not going to magically somehow buy a $600 something CPU. You know what I'm saying? That's why Ultra 7 is the correct comparison. Although people are still going to compare like an i9 for some, or an Ultra 9 for some reason. I don't know why they do it. It's kind of dumb. Okay, so by that logic, so Chicken, you're saying the 7800 X3D is the best for gaming, but not that great in other things. You're literally reinforcing the point that I made earlier, where the Ultra 7 would be the correct comparison against the 7800 X3D, because the Ultra, one can say the exact same thing, that the Ultra 7 is not the best in everything. I mean, the Ultra 9 is better than the Ultra 7 in multi-thread, therefore the Ultra 7 is not the best in everything. Yet typically the Ultra 7 and the historically speaking, the i7 and the i9 are so close in gaming performance that you'll like, if you literally look at them side by side with no FPS counter, with nothing, you'll never be able to tell the difference. You're literally tossing a coin trying to guess which one is the i9 versus which one is the i7. Yeah, no, I know, but yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand why people compare... That's like people who compare a 7900 XTX to an RTX 4090. Like, if someone's going to spend $2,000 on a graphics card, they're not automatically going to want to spend $1,000 on a different graphics card, or vice versa. If somebody has budget for a $1,000 graphics card, they don't somehow magically have an extra $1,000 to allocate to a completely different tier of product. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't logically make sense. And I know, like, people who are hardware enthusiasts, they can kind of get that, but you gotta think about it from, like, the average gamer's point of view. What I'm saying makes even more sense, rationally, for somebody who only upgrades every, like, 5 years. And doesn't even care about the highest end hardware. They just want a good value. They're looking for the best performance for the lowest amount of money. And that's the reason why, like, no one's gonna look at an Ultra 9 because that's a $630 processor. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's extremely expensive for the average gamer. So the 7800 X3D is way more affordable. And on top of that, the Ultra 7 is also going to be way more affordable. So those are the two that are what I consider the proper comparison. But yeah, no, I get it. You were trying to reinforce my point. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, it further reinforces my point. So, like, here's the thing. What I can tell you guys is if I get the Ultra 9 285K for a review, like if I'm going to do a review video on it, what you can expect to see is I will show at the very end, I will show a full chart with all the CPUs. That includes the 7800 X3D. But when I do the comparison, I will not be showing the 7800 X3D. Instead, I will be showing the 9950X, the 7950X, and the 7950 X3D, because those are the, what I consider, price-appropriate competitors. And I will also show the 13, 14, Intel stuff as well. So that are in the appropriate price category. Because when the engineers developed the product, they're like, hey, this product is going to sell at this price. It is meant for this use case. Therefore, you compare it to an equivalent priced product, not something that is like way lower end from a pricing, positioning, market segment standpoint. So that's why it's like, realistically, the reason why the 7800 X3D is so good and it's like legendary value for gamers is because it's in that $300 to $400 price range. It is super energy efficient. It doesn't heat up your room. It sips power, and it offers the best gaming performance. So it's like you can't ask for any more than that. Like that literally checks every single objective that's required there. Whereas other CPUs, there's some sort of compromise. You know, like in the case of all the Intel CPUs, it's more power. It heats up my room faster. I can feel the heat coming off the bottom of the top of the case. Like that kind of stuff, even though the GPU's there. So it's like, in addition to the GPU pumping out all that waste heat, now you have another thing that's pumping out a lot of waste heat. So I would rather not have two things that dump a lot of waste heat. So that's the biggest drawback with the Intel CPUs. Then with AMD's other CPUs, like the more expensive Ryzen 9 CPUs, you're not necessarily getting better gaming performance. In rare cases you do, but in most cases you don't. So, and that's the reason why it's like, oh, it's not really worth getting the Ryzen 9 for gaming. And that's the reason why it creates a positive feedback loop where the 7800 X3D is the king. So that's how it is. However, I do think that the Ultra 7 will tie and or beat and maybe sometimes lose depending on how cache dependent a game is. Like, I think it's going to be like very neck and neck with the 7800 X3D. In some cases it'll win, in some cases it'll lose. They'll basically go back and forth. But I think they're going to be very, very close. And the reason why we can assume that is because all the leaks for the IPC on the Ultra CPUs is already all over the internet. So you can already derive the performance numbers without even looking at reviews. You only game, browse and watch videos. So the 7800 X3D. I mean, guys, realistically, like, this is like real talk. If you wanted to do what I'm doing right now, like if you wanted to live stream, you don't need anything more than a 7800 X3D. Like, because of the way GPU encoding works now, like the CPU doesn't really do a whole lot besides do the things for the game. And then manage some Chrome tabs in the background. That's literally all the CPU's doing. So it's like the high core and the high thread count CPUs, the really expensive like Ryzen 9s and the Intel i9s, those are only really worth getting if you have a specific use case that can benefit from the extra threads. Otherwise, you're literally wasting money. So, I mean, take it from me. I'm somebody who has tested... I mean, you guys have seen my videos if you've been watching my channel for a while. You know, like, Ryzen 7 is the current one that we've been testing. We have Ryzen 9. We have the Intel stuff back there. I have the 13900K is in its system over there. Speaking of 13900K, we're going to revisit Raptor Lake because Raptor Lake is getting another BIOS update for the thing going around with the Intel CPUs dying, that stuff. So I've been trying not to use mine too much because I don't want it to develop, whatever the illness is that those CPUs get after a while. But yeah. Well, currently the best score in Cinebench is the 9950X. Yeah, so, okay, yeah. If you want, well, see, hold on a second. Because if you're someone who's trying to push, like, record scores on Cinebench, you do realize that it's based off of the CPU, right? So, if you're trying to compete for, like, overclocking records, the category is based off of the CPU. So it's like if you have a 7800X3D, you can still compete for the best score out of everyone else that has a 7800X3D. It's that sort of thing. Meaning, if I'm looking at Cinebench scores, and if I'm on a 13900K, I want to see how my 13900K beats everyone else's 13900K. That is how it works. It's like, yeah, you can do like the generic comparison, like how does it compare in the grand scheme of things. But if you're looking for the fastest consumer desktop CPU for Cinebench, currently it's the 9950X. The 9950X beats everything else by a large margin in Cinebench R23 with like barely doing anything. You can literally just turn on PBO and set CO -15 and do curve shaper -5 on like high temperature, and you're already at like the highest scores. So you don't need liquid nitrogen. Okay, if you're going for world records, you need liquid nitrogen. But if you're just trying to like get an extra 10% performance uplift, all you need is curve optimizer and curve shaper and PBO, and you're off to the races. And get this, I'm doing that on an air cooler. You don't even need a liquid cooler. Liquid cooler can help, but it's not mandatory. Like, I've done all this stuff with an air cooler. That's the nice thing about a CPU being energy efficient. You can literally use an air cooler and get the full performance benefit out of it. That's how it used to be back in the day. 3D Vcache, the fastest. Yeah, I don't see that changing, HDZ. I still think like when Zen 5 X3D comes out, I think that's going to be the best option for gaming. Here are the things I want to see from Intel though. I want to see the power consumption come down, and I think we're going to see that with Arrow Lake. I think it's going to be an efficiency play from Intel's point of view, meaning the goal for Arrow Lake was to lower the power consumption and show that Intel can do chiplet design and have it function properly and not degrade, and it works totally fine, while also providing much better E-cores compared to the last generation. I think that is what Intel set out to do with Arrow Lake, and I think they're set up to deliver on those goals. I'll be getting the 9950X3D. I don't know if I'm going to get the 9800X3D. I want the 9950X3D. Because if it's going to be dual CC... If it's going to be 3D Vcache on both CCDs, I think I'm going to enjoy using that. Man, I'm just adding up the hours on this game while not playing. I need to actually like be doing stuff in the background.
Did you see a sneak? Yes, they're quite carpet.
You already have the 32 gig kit. I'm currently running my RAM at 8,000. 8,000 is technically the best, but it's not really necessary. But yeah, I'm running right now 8,000 CL40 with like super low latency. Because of the TREFI tweak.
Will this suffice as a deposit?
My latency right now, I ran my ADA 64 benchmark earlier. It is 64.3 nanoseconds at 8,000. This is with the BIOS update that reduced the inter-CCD latency. So, yeah, this is ready to go, man. Like, this thing's like... The only thing is, where's the X3D? I have this overclocked to 5.9 gigahertz, by the way. Hold on, where is... Let's get this open here. It's not, but it's still better. The reason why I like it I like 8000 more than 6000 because you're reducing the strain on the memory controller. You're basically pushing more of the stress over to the RAM, and you're alleviating the stress on the memory controller. So I prefer it that way. I mean, at the end of the day, it still performs ever so slightly better than 6000. But at the end of the day, the memory controller is not as stressed out when it's running it, the RAM at 8000. And the reason why is because we're running it in Gear 2 mode. My memory controller is at 2 gigahertz versus 3 gigahertz when you're running it at 6000 Gear 1.
Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men? Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. And I do believe I've snagged us.
You'll need to pick up just a motherboard and the CPU.
I started by asking around the markets as to where I might purchase crystals. I had no luck, of course.
Did you? Oh, you already have the RAM, yeah.
Such things.
You have 64 gigs of 6000 CL30. Thinking about getting the 48 gig kit. Yeah, I'm running the 48 gig kit right now. Yeah. I'm running the magic memory, man. I'm running the magic G-Skill kit. The magic 8000 kit that I always talk about. You know why I like it? Even though it's not CL38, you know why I like it? Because I'm doing 8000 on the RAM at 1.35 volts. 1.35 volts means this RAM does not get that hot. And that helps with stability.
Private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been
also, big numbers look cool. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I like the 8000 number. It's like, it's a bigger number than 6000. It's gotta be better, you know? The fact that it's only a little bit faster, I mean, that's just icing on the top at that point.
Preening Popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off his face. I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a secluded corner of the Velcroy, far from prying eyes.
The perfect place for a spot of double dealing.
What mother do you guys think you're gonna get though? Like those of you that are thinking of doing the upgrade, which motherboard do you think you're gonna get? I mean, it doesn't even have to be any of the ones that we talked about earlier. If you're, like, for example, there's a really good one. There's the MSI Tomahawk. I didn't even talk about the Tomahawk, but that's another good one. That has the postcode debug. And that's going to be in that $400 or that $300 to $400 price range, I would guess. 6400 CL32. Oh, that's the... See, okay, I have a 96 gigabyte kit that I run at 6400, and that's a CL32 kit.
This river runs all the way to the southern seas. They used to load the crystal onto barges and sail it to the villages downstream.
I guess I'm
The canyons were lost to beasts.
supposed to go the other way.
When I was a girl,
I'm telling you guys right now, like, right now,
they set off on their
if
long
I upgrade my motherboard,
they would throw me sweetmeats in return.
I think I know what I'm going to do, although I'm not 100% yet sure if I'm really going to do this. So I'm thinking what I'm going to do is... I'm either thinking of getting one of those motherboards that I talked about on stream earlier, or, well, I think, yeah, for me, because I'm already using the Gigabyte, where is this thing? I'm already using the Aorus Master, so for me, the only motherboard that feels like it's an upgrade would be either the Crosshair Hero or the Godlike, but the Godlike, man, I don't even want to think what the Godlike's going to be priced at, though. That's the only concern about the Godlike. It's going to be super expensive. I don't see myself getting the Carbon unless Unless the Carbon can do 4 sticks of memory at like 6,000 or better, then I might consider the Carbon. Because the thing with X670E, X670E can easily do like 4 sticks of memory at 4800 or 5200 without too much tweaks. Like, where it gets tricky is if you're trying to do... Did I go the wrong way? Oh, wow, I went the wrong way. When you try to do RAM above...
I can walk from here.
5200, and you're on 4 sticks of memory, then it becomes challenging. If you're running single rank DIMMs, though, like, you can do 6000. You can do 4 sticks of DDR5 at 6000 on an X670E motherboard. But it's only going to be single rank, which means it's 4 times 16, which means the total with 4 sticks is 64 gigs, or it's 40, or no, not 40, it's 96 gigs? Yeah, 24 times 4. So 96 gigs total if you have the different DIMM. You want the whiteboard? Yeah. And it's not like the Gigabyte board's terrible. I know it sounded like I was being overly negative on Gigabyte for not using those last 2 lanes. But they're still doing something that no one else did, and that they're giving you 2 X4 slots that are always available. Meaning they're not sharing lanes with something else, or they're not going to be disabled if you plug in an M.2 drive. You know, stuff like that. So there is still a positive aspect to that board. It's also an 8-layer PCB. It has the postcode debug. I mean, it's, you know, it's a decent, it's fine.
I'll take it from here.
ASRock Taichi Lite. The only thing keep in mind, that's an EATX. The ASRock boards are EATX, at least those big flagship boards. So you need to have a case that can fit that wider style.
I was beginning to think you were.
But other than that, yeah, I do like the ASRock boards. If I didn't have the big Aorus Master EATX that I currently have, I would actually consider the Taichi. Although I don't really know enough about what they did with the memory improvements. So far, from what I've seen in the marketing, at least on those websites, MSI and ASUS seem like they're saying in their marketing that they've got better DDR5 compatibility, like higher speeds.
Not bad at all.
But ASRock and Gigabyte might also have improvements as well. They're just not communicating it as effectively as the other two.
It wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic.
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh? What brings you here?
Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share the benefits.
Right now, I'm thinking, for me, like the front runners are probably the Crosshair Hero is the one that I'm leaning toward, just because I know it has the dual E clock for B clock overclocking. That's something that I can't do today with the Aorus Master. And I want to try overclocking more. The thing about Zen 5 is so much more fun to overclock than Zen 4. Because they're running at lower power limits, the Zen 5 CPUs they have so much more margin for overclocking compared to Zen 4. Zen 4 was literally like almost maxed out at the stock settings. and you are really just undervolting and trying to push the voltage margin as much as you could. Whereas with Zen 5, you can actually do an Fmax offset and raise it, and you can even do positive voltage offset on the best cores for even better single thread performance. This is something that no one has really talked about, but Zen 5 is actually way more fun to overclock as a hobbyist than Zen 4. So that's why I'm leaning toward the Crosshair, because I know it's got a lot of that functionality. Man, I don't play this for like a week and I already forgot how to do all my combos. He interrupted me. I completely didn't get to do my move. You're thinking the Taichi Lite? Clive's uncle isn't even doing anything. He's like, man, I'm just waiting for X3D over here. You can kill all these dudes. Kill all the baddies while I wait for X3D. And then they're like, what about Torgal? What is he gonna do? Oh, well, he's gonna get Arrow Lake, so whatever. This commentary makes no sense. You were thinking of the Taichi Lite, but it's an EATX in the Be Quiet Lite base case. That's hilarious. Torgal's gonna get Arrow Lake. Clive's uncle's waiting for X3D, and Clive already has the 9950X. Basically, the Final Fantasy 16 people, man, they're like the early adopters. They already got this stuff going as fast as possible. What hours of CPU benchmarking does to what? Huh? That made even less sense than what I was saying earlier about these characters. That sounds like some kind of AI dialogue. It's like somebody tried to write a script. Wait, why are we fighting Chocobo all of a sudden? Oh, these are the Royalist transportation? I was expecting one of the larger enemies to attack there at the end.
Well, that wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice. Don't you?
Greybeard, you were magnificent. The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Long enough to witness your own.
Yeah, if I'm going to build like a test bench computer for overclocking, I'm leaning toward the Crosshair Hero. Even though it only has 6 USB Type A ports on the back, if I'm going to use it as a test bench machine, then the USB ports don't really matter. Because I can easily just continue using my Aorus Master as the streaming computer. Like, I don't really need to change that.
The people of Dalamil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men.
But I don't know, Godlike is cool. As much as the Godlike is enticing, I just think that Godlike is going to be too much money. Because at that point, it's like I'm already doing... It's like you might as well do a full upgrade at that point. We're going to also have to do the build live. We're going to have to do a live stream for the actual build with the new motherboard. I can tell you power consumption numbers right now. I'm looking at hardware info. Right now, the package power is anywhere from
That I still don't know your name.
80 watts
Clive.
to, what's the high? 91 watts.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive.
I can't use Afterburner to show the CPU power because Afterburner doesn't have an update that supports Zen 5 CPUs yet, so I can't show that as an overlay.
I must do the same.
But I'm looking at hardware info 64 and I can see
To tell the truth,
the
you've
power
had to live
usage.
there too. Many of the guards have already
Looks like the average is around 80 watts. 80 to 86.
And those left behind have been
And I can see it go up to
the
91.
other way should you attempt to pass through. Thank you. And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust?
I will be releasing a video on how to do this overclock, by the way, the 5.9.
Was I really so off?
It's actually not that hard. There's only a few steps. And actually, what I will say is shout out to Scatterbencher, because Scatterbencher already has a video that's very thorough, and he basically does almost the exact same settings that I would do if I was making the video. The only difference between me and Scatterbencher is running his RAM at 6200 megahertz megatransfers gear 1, whereas I am currently running my RAM at 8000 gear 2. So that is one thing that is different. And I'm also using a TREFI value of like 49,920, which makes my ADA 64 latency only 64 nanoseconds. I think that's the only other time that you ever see Clive speak that made-up language for the owl.
Should I say Clive? So be sure not to let me down.
Wait, he knows his name.
Reputation to uphold.
Well, Raptor... See, I feel like people are not being fair to Raptor Lake. Although, I don't know, man. I think Intel kind of shot themselves in the foot with Raptor Lake on the power consumption. You can make Raptor Lake use less power. You are going to lose performance. It's not going to be a whole lot of performance loss when it comes to single thread, but you are going to lose a lot of multi-thread. I have a video showing how to make Raptor Lake not use a lot of power, but you do lose a lot of multi-thread. I really like running my RAM at 8000 though. I think it's the best choice. Like 6000, 6200 is nice. 6400 is very, very rare because like gear 1. Like if you want to run gear 2, fine. That works. 6400. But if you try to run 6400 gear 1, try running Y Cruncher, try running Forspoken for more than an hour, and see if it's actually stable. You know, like most people that are running gear 1 6400, I question whether or not they're actually 100% stable. Like, could they get away with an 8-hour live stream playing various different games and also like talking to chat and having like a whole bunch of Chrome tabs open without anything crashing while running 6400 gear 1? I question whether that's actually doable. It is doable, but you have to have won the Silicon Lottery in order to handle 6400 gear 1. Otherwise, 8000 is so much easier to do, and it's just as good, if not ever so slightly better. Recommend DDR5 RAM speed? 8000, man. 8000 all the way. This is what we're running right now. Especially if you're on, like, well, I don't even want to say that, because I feel like even if you're on X3D, you can still get benefits from higher memory bandwidth. Because so far, Zen 5, the only limiting factor for Zen 5 is memory bandwidth. The more memory bandwidth you can supply a Zen 5 CPU, the better it is.
I've ever earned is tied up in this place.
You all right?
The baths are closed.
No, I think you're right. I've been saying this for a long time. I said that the RTX 5080 will be about 5 to 15, anywhere from 5 to 15% faster than the RTX 4090.
The water's turned scalding hot and all the crystals
I've been saying that for the last 6 months. Basically all year. I've been saying that all year. I have live streams from earlier this year where I've said the exact same thing. And I've never changed my stance on that.
In more ways than one. I beg of you. Go to Dusnoff Terraces. Tell me what you find there.
All right. I'll go and take a look.
Wonderful. It's not far. Leave the market by the south gate. The smell of sulfur will guide you the rest of the way. These baths are all that keep me from an ignoble end in a debtor's prison. My livelihood, my very life, is at stake.
The 16 gigabytes is... that's true. Yeah. That's why it's going to be basically the same copy, rinse and repeat of last time. Let's put it this way. I said this yesterday in yesterday's live stream. I'll address it one time here. The RTX 5080 will be a 16 gigabyte graphics card that sells for $1,200. That will be the launch price. Watch. Just you watch. It'll be a complete copy-paste of the 4080 all over again. 16 gigabytes, $1,200, go. That's it. That's what it's going to be.
We should get going soon.
Ah, I'm not too late.
What is it, Lubo?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier. Where is it that you're bound?
To Drake's Fang.
Yeah, I know. It's like, do you really want to spend $1,200 or more? Because all the AIB cards are going to be more, except for like the random Zotac ones. Like, do you really want to spend $1,300, $1,400? If we're talking like ASUS Strix, $1,500 on a 5080 that only has 16 gigs of RAM? You know what I'm saying? No, we discussed 5090 yesterday too. I guess you, yeah, I don't remember you at the stream yesterday. No, the MSRP, the 5090 will be somewhere between $2,000 to $2,500. That will be the range.
Promise me one thing, that you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest.
Yeah, I've got power supplies that are ready. I've got 4 different power supplies that I could use. I've got, well, okay, 4. I mean, I have, I'll tell you which ones I've got. I've got the one that's in the description of this video, the MSI Mag AI 1300 watt. That one will handle the 5090. I've got a Micro Center Store Chinese brand, questionable quality, 1250 watt power supply. That one can handle the 5090. A Chinese knockoff brand. That's what I wouldn't be afraid to use that at all. I mean, I've used the 4090 with that and it was fine. And then I have my much older Corsair HX1200 series. So I've got those. Man, why is it like bugging out with the texture on the mountain, on the rocks? So I've got different power supplies that I would use. I would not use anything less than a 1000 watt power supply though. Like, I think 1000 watt is the minimum. Technically, if we're technically speaking, you want to have an 1100 watt or better for the RTX 5090, because the actual spec for the Sense wires are designed in such a way, and I'm talking about the power connector, they're designed in such a way that if you do not have 1100 watts or better on your total capacity rating, it's going to limit the power draw. And for some people, they don't care because they don't want it to be able to pull full power. But the ATX 3.0 spec dictates that, or mandates that the power supply must be 1100 watts or greater in order for the 12 volt high power connector to be able to utilize the full current draw spec.
Come on.
The power supply that I'm using right now is a Micro Center Special that is from China. It is called Power Spec. It is a 1250 watt power supply. We're literally using it right now with the native plug for the RTX 4080 Super Founders Edition. So would I use that with a 5090? Yeah, I would. I mean, I haven't had any problems with it. I think it's fine. I mean, it's not off-brand. I mean, it's still Micro Center's brand. Although it is a random Chinese brand. It's not like, you know, it's not CWT or Superflower or Seasonic. It's none of those. Wait, what is this guy saying? He's got something to say. This guy looks like he has something to say. This guy's got a super chat.
Something awful's taken up residence in the Springs. You'll turn back if you know what's good for you.
$2,500 plus new power supply. You gotta get a job. Well, oh, you need a new. Okay, well, if you need a new power supply, I mean, I think that's a rip. If you need a new power supply for a 5090, that's a rip.
By the flames. That explains the heat.
My God, just like punch these things. Fight fire with fire. Here we go. You run 8000 all day with a 7950X? Yeah, I'm running it right now. It's good, man. It's good. It's the best one. I've been saying it for months. I've been saying that literally all year, that 8000 is the way to go. Especially now with Zen 5, it's even more relevant. Especially because it'll be easier to do on the newer motherboards. Where's those other? Oh, is that the only one? Oh. $48 gigabytes at 8000. I want to try 96 gigabytes at 8000. We need more DIMMs. This thing's name is Old Faithful? Oh, I get it. It's like the geyser in Yellowstone. That's where they got the name from, I think. Because this is like a hot spring. Get it? Old Faithful. The geyser at the Yellowstone National Park hot spring. This enemy's called Old Faithful. That's hilarious. Whoa, 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 heal me up, boys. Oh, I parried it. Man, this game is so fun. This game is so fun.
Let's cool things down a bit.
One of the best games to get a PC release this year. Fantastic battle system. The direct storage, instantaneous load times, teleporting around the map.
I was hoping we'd be seeing you again. The baths grow more bearable by the moment. It won't be long now before we are back to business as usual.
Oh no, I don't think the 5090 is going to be able to handle Black Myth Wukong at 4K. You're talking 4K. I hope you're talking 4K. I wouldn't consider buying a 5090 for anything lower than a 4K OLED monitor. To be honest, like that to me, I can't understand why someone would spend $2,500, potentially $2,500 on a graphics card just to play games at a low resolution.
That's not to say I don't believe you, though. Creatures made of flame, eh? That's something new to worry about. But I burdened you with my worries enough already. Here,
Yeah, the 5090, I guess perf per watt, I think the 5090 will be a little bit better than the 4090. But yeah, 4K native. The thing is, I do not think a 5090 is powerful enough to handle Black Myth Wukong at 4K native. Especially if you turn ray tracing on. Forget about turning ray tracing on. I'm talking like 4K native, no ray tracing, no upscaling, no frame gen, just like native 4K. I don't think a 5090 can do that. No, I think it's gonna need a 6090. I think it's gonna need a 6090. I don't think a 5090 is gonna be good enough. We are on a 4K. I'm playing this game on a 4K 240 Hz OLED right now. It's literally in the description of the video. If you guys want to know exactly which monitor I'm using, it's literally down below in the description. All the hardware that I'm using is in the description of this video. RK, you're using Threadripper with 4090 and a 1300 watt power supply? Yeah, the MSI Meg that I use is a 1300 watt power supply. Man, I am so tempted to put the 4090 in this computer just so I can use it with this OLED. Because that's the only GPU that handles this game at 4K with the correct frame times. The XTX is the second best at 4K, but it still has those weird occasional traversal stutters, and you notice them more. And the 4080 Super is even worse at 4K.
Good girl.
Who's this? I don't like how I can't talk to NPCs while I'm on the Chocobo.
Be safe. I do. Trader, are you? Seeking your fortune down in the golden sands of Dalamil?
Yeah, Monkey King is too powerful for a 5090. No, I don't think a 5090 Ti can handle Black Myth Wukong either at 4K native. No, the gap is too big. It's gonna need a 6090. Seriously, guys, I'm not making that up. I'm not joking. Like, I don't think a 5090 Ti is powerful enough for Black Myth Wukong 4K native. And the moment you turn on ray tracing, all hope is lost. All hope is lost. Unless Nvidia does some magic thing with their new ray tracing on the new 50 series. But even then, without ray tracing, it still can't handle Black Myth Wukong at 4K native. I mean, this game, the 4090 today, cannot handle Final Fantasy 16 at 4K native. It's like 54 FPS is the average, which means the 5090 will be able to handle this game at 4K native, but it will not be able to handle Black Myth Wukong at 4K native.
Come on. Faster.
I guess I'm supposed to go this way? Wait, what's over here? There's two different paths?
Get that damned wagon fixed! Unless you'd rather our men in Dalamil starved.
The axle's gone, Captain. There's nothing I can do.
Oh, these are the Dalmekians. Yeah, these are Dalmekians. You can tell by the outfit. How much VRAM does 4K usually use? Well, I can tell you right now, this game uses about 11 to 12 gigabytes of VRAM at 4K. And this game isn't even using Unreal Engine 5. This is using, like, their own custom Luminous engine. Like a new variant of Luminous engine. I like this engine. It's just... I don't know. The game is hard to run. Just like Forspoken was when it was at launch. This is 4K native, guys. And I'm playing the game with frame gen. I have frame gen turned on. I can't play this without frame gen. It's just like it's not high enough FPS. With frame gen, we're getting about 74, anywhere from like 65 to like low 80s.
You'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
But we are playing the game at native 4K. Obviously, YouTube is showing it at 1440p because I'm downscaling it for the internet, so I'm not killing my internet connection to upload to YouTube. Imagine trying to upload 4K 60 video constantly in real time for hours. It's not gonna happen.
Phoenix Gate and the crisis that followed in its wake. I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor.
What are some of the highest VRAM gaming use cases? I think Minecraft RT uses a lot. Hogwarts Legacy used to use a lot, although they nerfed it.
Uncle, please.
This game doesn't use that much. I think Unreal Engine 5 games at 4K can use a lot of VRAM. In this game, no. In this game, it gets up to like 12.2 gigs of VRAM, I would say, at 4K.
Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight.
This is a game that, like, at 4K native, this game on an OLED looks so good that I would rather play this game at 4K native with frame gen turned on than settle for 1440p upscaled to 4K.
I was raised in a nation that strove to improve.
In those cases, it can use about 14. It depends on the title. In some rare instances, it can exceed 16 gigabytes, but it's very, very rare. That's the reason why the 4080 Super is okay for 4K, but it's kind of at the minimum line, if you get what I'm saying. 16 gigs is what I would consider minimum spec for 4K in 2024, especially going into 2025.
By extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know? Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me.
I wonder, I'm trying to remember if Warhammer 40k Space Marines 2 uses a lot of VRAM.
Well then, this is where we must part ways.
Dude, Star Citizen is brutal. That is a brutal game to run at 4K. That is another game that literally proves why X3D is the best CPU for gaming, though. X3D is literally the only CPU that can handle Star Citizen above 60 FPS.
And you.
Star Citizen is a CPU bottleneck, and it is a GPU. It is like, it crushes GPUs at 4K, and the whole game is like a CPU benchmark.
Regale me too, Torgal.
Lexar 7200.
Coming for you, Kupka.
No, okay. First of all, if you're gonna be running your RAM above 6200, you need to make sure you're setting Gear 2 mode. You need to set your memory divider to U clock equals half M clock. Then it will run at 7200. That is the only way, and there's nothing wrong with doing that, because you're already because see, what's happening is when you're clocking your memory that high, your memory basically carries the performance at that point. Have I read anything about the XTX getting FSR4 down the road? I have not looked into that. I think I saw like a few articles with titles talking about FSR4, but I have not read into them. Oh, we're going for this crystal, Drake's Fang. I guess we're gonna be doing that. Let me do this first, though.
This is no good.
The clouds for... Oh, you're talking about Star Citizen? 7200 is not that hard to do. You just have to make sure your U clock equals half M clock. Yeah, dude, Star Citizen. The last time I played Star Citizen, I was using a 3090 Ti with a 5800X. It's been a while since I played Star Citizen. RDNA 3 has matrix accelerators built into the compute, which means it should be able to accelerate FSR4 just like RDNA 4. Oh, that's cool.
I've never even forged a button.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Neither would I. Oh, wait. Are you Clive? Sorry. My mind. Soon to be former apprentice if I don't pass this test. People are buying up weapons faster than the Briar's Kiss can forge them, and he wants me to make a carving knife, one that embodies the spirit of Dalamil. I don't suppose you have any idea what he's on about, do you?
I'm afraid not.
Never mind. Thought I'd ask.
I could give you a hand if you like. I know how busy the Briar.
Alright, let's do this. Skip all this dialogue. Let's go. That's a lot of dialogue for a side quest. Yeah, that's interesting, though, because that means that technically, doesn't that mean that the XTX could go from being a GPU that has currently no AI-based upscaling, or I guess I should say, well, okay, everyone's saying AI, but machine learning-based upscaling running to gaining that functionality? That would be pretty awesome if that happens.
Welcome, sir. What can I do you for?
A question, if you don't mind. I need to know what makes a good carving knife.
You a blacksmith or something?
Something, I suppose.
Fair enough. Knives, is it?
First and foremost, it's got a
Well, the XTX was never intended to compete with the 4090 though, so it's like I don't even really consider them.
Give me a blade which can slice through
I never really considered either one of them when talking about graphics cards. It's either I'm either talking from the lens of an XTX, which would mean if I'm going to talk about Nvidia, it would always be the 4080. Or if we're talking 4090, it's literally just 4090 by itself.
Made from the stoutest stone. Won't chip, won't crack, no matter how rocky the road.
I'll be asking for you again, my sweet.
Won't you come and play, handsome?
Where are the where is this other NPC at? I don't want this game to turn into a Hogwarts Legacy. What I mean by that is those who've been watching my streams for a while where I'm playing a game like this, Hogwarts Legacy became that one game that it took me forever to finish because I would literally like end up talking the entire time about tech-related stuff and going off on tangents the whole time that I never managed to get very far in the game. It's like, that's what happened to Hogwarts Legacy. I need to go back and play. I still need to do the post-game content.
What is it? You're no mood for chatter.
Sorry. Do you mind if I ask your trade?
Hunter.
Trying to stay on track here as much as possible and push this along.
It's a good carving knife. I assume you use.
Yeah, the I think GPUs aren't going to be that interesting though the next generation because I don't really see Nvidia doing anything significantly different this time around to disrupt the market like they have done for the past 2 generations. And then AMD is going for the efficiency play, Intel's going for the efficiency play. Blackwell, not Blackwell, Battle Mage. I'm still hoping that we're going to get an actual discrete Battle Mage card, but I don't even know if that's going to happen anymore at this point. I think Intel's focusing on mobility because they feel threatened by Qualcomm and also AMD because AMD has gotten some pretty good wins with the OEMs, with the system integrators.
So, how'd it go? You learn anything?
No. You don't have to do that. Don't pause the chat. You guys can keep, because I feel like a lot of the best part of the content is the actual discussions. So.
I didn't have much luck either. All the cook said was that he
Jensen will bless us with a $1,000 5090.
heavy and they do his shoulder in.
Yeah, in an alternate universe. Yeah, in some weird alternate universe where the roles are reversed and AMD is the leader in graphics and Nvidia is the underdog. Yeah, in that alternate reality, yes, then Jensen would be selling a $1,000 5090. But unfortunately, we don't exist in that alternate reality.
Right, but I have to make a start soon. I can't put off making this knife forever.
Agreed. Luba wouldn't like that much.
Right. I've been trained.
Earth 21.
The cheap stuff.
Yeah, on Earth 21.
Hammer it too thin, and it sharpens up nicely with a bit of effort. Trouble is, it's either durable or it's light.
Oh, did we get a good answer on yesterday's stream? I don't even remember what the number was. Remember I asked the chat, I asked you guys, at what price would the 5090 need to be to, like, cause people to lose interest in it just because it's just too expensive? At what price would the 5090 be too expensive to the point where it actually becomes irrelevant? Jeb saying 6,800. So you're basically using the price of the current 4090 Ti. Met says 3,000. 4,000 plus 3,000. So that's interesting. Multiple people are saying 3,000. 3,000, huh? Yeah, I think that is starting to push it, actually. You think they'll... See, I feel like the problem with making the 4090 become 3,000 is at a certain price. Here's the thing. At a certain price point, even like if there was a sponsor, like for example, sending review samples, once a graphics card gets to a certain price, the manufacturer, the AIB partner, if they're going to send out a review sample, they want that review sample back. They're not going to let, like, if they're going to send one for review, they're going to expect the reviewer to send that card back. Like, the more expensive the graphics card is, the more likely that is going to happen. Because they're going to have less of them in circulation because they cost so much money. They don't want, like, they're not going to give people freebies to review. That's not how, once stuff is that expensive, so above 3,000 is, like, prosumer. See, I'm thinking that 3,000 is still doable for a lot of people, just because I'm thinking of people who spend money on expensive camera equipment. I feel like there's still a market of a bunch of people out there that will pay $3,000 for an RTX 5090. And put it this way. You guys know what happened yesterday with the PS5 Pro 30th anniversary special? Guess how much? Somebody go and check, because I forgot. I can't check it right now because I'm trying to play this game. Somebody go check on eBay. Someone check on eBay right now and tell me how much money is the PS5 Pro 30th anniversary selling for on eBay. Let's see how much that costs on eBay right now. Because last I checked, it was $5,000. Scalpers are charging $5,000. Last I checked, it could be more now. And you know what's dumb? You go look at those listings. There's like lots and lots of people that are bidding and watching those listings. That is disgusting. That is disgusting.
Or will you be needing help with your bags?
Well, I asked her, but... you tell him.
If you're looking to make a knife that will impress a master like Lubor, there are options.
You bought a used 3080 that was expensive, hoping for a 5080 to be some kind of value proposition.
But adamantite ore is unique to ash, so it doesn't come cheap.
And it's beyond
The 3080 is it's still totally fine for 1440p for most games.
Are there any materials unique to Dalamil? Something which could be mixed with...
Although I would say by the end of next year, it's probably going to become pretty weak at 1440p.
You said the Lubor trained you to work iron.
Because that GPU, the 3080 will be, well, it's actually 4 years old. That is a 4-year-old graphics card. That means a year from now, it will be 5 years old. Yeah, that is going to be some weak graphics card a year from now. You're going to see the 3080 fall off. It's going to age like milk in its 5th year. Remember what I've taught you guys? I've taught you guys 3, 5, 7 years. Hardware is designed for the 3-year, the 5-year, and the 7-year life cycle upgrade. So after that 5th year, that 3080 is going to be garbage for 1440p.
Looks like I've got some learning to do.
And then by the 7th year, it'll be so bad at 1440p. That would be like if someone was trying to use a GTX 1080 to play 1440p games today.
Besides, I want to know if this is the answer to Lubor's little riddle.
I can't thank you enough, Clive. You'll have no trouble finding limestone over in the terraces.
I know, Matt, and that's the reason why it's going to age like milk next year. That's exactly one of the reasons why it's going to become completely irrelevant at 1440p. It's because of the VRAM. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons. See, all these people talking about like AMD fine wine, it isn't even really AMD fine wine. It's like, yeah, they do GPU driver updates over the years, but in reality, the reason why the AMD cards age better than the NVIDIA ones long term, and when I say long term, I'm talking 5-year, 7-year, is because historically speaking, AMD cards have more VRAM. That's the reason why. It's that simple. They don't run out as fast. Look at the RX 480. The RX 480 had 8. The GTX 1060 had 6. You bought the 3070 for $1,100. That means you bought it in 2021.
That'll do, girl.
That's what its price was in 2021. That was the dark times. The dark times was the latter part of 2020, all of 2021, and the first part of 2022. That was known as the dark times for computer hardware. Scalpers were literally scalping everything. PS5 was like, I just forgot what I was about to say. The PS5 in 2021 was a myth. It was a myth. Like, it didn't actually exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you saw a PS5 in 2021, like, you legit saw one for real, like, you were either a complete liar, you were either a, what is the word? What is the thing when someone has, like, a condition? Like, you're a, something liar? I don't know what the word is. But it's like, if someone saw a PS5 for real, or they claim they saw a PS5 in 2021, they're literally making it up, or they're like a schizo liar. Like, for real. Like, legit. Where is this thing? Oh, it's like way back over there? Oh, I'm supposed to gather limestone? Oh, that's what this stuff is. This is limestone. The FPS is like between 65 and 74. Usually. Sometimes it dips below 60 though. And then other times it's up in the 80s.
One rock looks a lot like another. But hopefully this is what Southern needs.
Yeah, this is with frame gen on.
I wasn't sure how much you'd need, but I hope this is enough.
You are one of the good ones, you know that. You and that merchant both, she's got quite a gift for teaching that one. Now, time to see if Lime's...
1440 with DLSS is fine on 3080. 3080 can't do DLSS frame gen though, because NVIDIA doesn't let you. I was like, what? So you end up using like FSR. So I'm actually using FSR 3 frame gen. Anytime I have to use frame gen, it's always like the FSR frame gen.
I only hope Master
Frame gen looks laggy when streaming.
That sounds like my cue.
Really?
And just as well. I was getting tired of waiting.
I'm sorry, Forge Master Lubo.
Let's take a look then, shall we?
AMD said that you shouldn't be using frame gen until your base FPS is at or above 60. Well, how come? Well, apparently these developers did not get that memo. Just Creative Business Unit 3 thinks that you're supposed to play this game with frame gen. That's the default spec, by the way. Like, you load up this game, frame gen is automatically on. Like, it's already on.
And it's think it just to hold it for a moment, but tell that to a
That's completely besides the fact that none of the GPUs are above 60 FPS at 4K.
was a step in the right direction, granted, but one that still leaves you short of the mark.
I mean, I listened to that entire interview in Japanese. I could barely understand what he was saying the whole time, but I understood the gist of what he was saying. He was saying, nope, this game is perfect. The people who are saying otherwise are trying to damage our reputation. We take pride in our effort, trying to make a complete experience for our audience, for our fans, and this is it. This is what it is, and that's it. So unless there's some kind of like bug, he said that the only thing they're gonna fix is like if there's a bug with the game, like if there's a collision detection problem, there's an AI bug, or something like that, those things they'll fix. But all this other stuff, like he's like people talking about like, oh, you know, it's the performance is bad. You know what he said? You know what he said in the interview? Buy a better computer. That's literally what he said. That's literally what he said, guys. The stupid thing about him saying that though, to play devil's advocate, like there's literally no graphics card today that can handle this game at 4K native. It's like not even the 4090 can do it. So it's like I don't understand why he took that stance. Yes, he said get a better PC. Exactly. That's what he said. He said if you're having problems, he specifically said if you're having problems running the game, you need to get a better computer. That's basically what he said.
And for the nobleman,
he said it with like, he didn't say it with disdain or anything. Like it wasn't, he was trying to be polite about it, but that's essentially what he said.
There goes a master, all right.
It looks like congratulations are in order.
I couldn't have done it without you. So much for the Forge Master's riddle, though, eh?
This game. This game.
Nothing to do with limestone or anything much at all.
No, not Monster Hunter Wilds. This game is not made by the people who made Monster Hunter. No. No. This is Square Enix. Square Enix said this.
You'll have a forge of your own in no time.
And when I do,
specifically Creative Business Unit 3. They're the ones who made Final Fantasy 16. Keep in mind, there's different teams, guys, within Square Enix. The team that made Final Fantasy 16 is the same team that makes the MMO Final Fantasy 14. That is a completely different team from the one that makes Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Rebirth. Completely two separate groups. Different producers, different directors, no overlap at all. So the guys who are making Rebirth, they went with Unreal Engine 4, and they're probably going to use Unreal Engine 5 for the final game in the trilogy. That's what they have said. But Final Fantasy 16, this game is made from Creative Unit CUB3? CUB3 made this game. And they chose to use what they're familiar with, which is Luminous Engine, and they paid a contractor. They paid like different people. Basically, first of all, they hired the guy, the combat designer, who made Devil May Cry's battle system. They contracted him to develop the battle system for this game. That is the reason why this game feels like you're playing Devil May Cry. If you're familiar, like that's why you can do stuff like hold attacks, and then do charges. You can charge up magic and stuff. You can't do this in any other Final Fantasy game. You can do shield. You can do Falcon Punch. You can do like smash, Hulk smash. Like this is an action game more than it is an actual RPG when it comes to the combat system. It has such cool moves, unlike any other Final Fantasy game before it. But that's because they hired the guy who made Devil May Cry 3. And then they hired a Western company to do FSR 3, FSR 1 plus whatever for the PlayStation 5, DLSS. They basically hired some third-party company to come in and like put all this what they call foreign technology, foreign rendering techniques into the game so that it gets like modern abilities or modern features that the PC gamers seem to like, is what they said. So, although Square Enix, they have said in their last earnings call, they said that they are trying to move away from that. They closed down they sold off and closed down a bunch of their foreign game studios. So, like, for example, I think they sold off the company that made the Tomb Raider games, like Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. You can forget about another Tomb Raider game because Square Enix was like, nope, we don't need them. That was not a good series. Get them out of here. We want Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy's so much better than Tomb Raider. Like, so that's what one of the examples of what they did. So, yeah. So no more Tomb Raider, but we're gonna see more Final Fantasy remakes. Anyway, they have said though that they are considering the steep competition from foreign companies, foreign developers as they put it. And really what they mean when they say foreign competition, they're not talking about Western developers. They're talking about Chinese developers because they're actually afraid that the Chinese developers are encroaching upon their market because of the Chinese games that like Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, and now especially since Black Myth Wukong came out, that's like a big slap in the face to companies like Square Enix. It's like, hey, look guys, Chinese developers are capable of doing more than just making gacha games. Look, they can actually make a competent 3D high-fidelity graphics game now. Oh, what does that mean? Maybe we need to consider doing something other than just rehashing Luminous Engine or RE Engine and actually get with the program and start upgrading our infrastructure. So that's good to see because I feel like I like Square Enix. I'm a big fan of the Final Fantasy series, as you guys could probably guess, considering I'm playing Final Fantasy 16 right now, even though I already played the game on the PS5. I want to see them succeed. So, but when they say stuff like get a better PC, or it's like that's kind of a cop out, like, hey, you know, like we're done with this title, you know, like it is what it is. That's the way I see it. But, you know, some people might take that the wrong way. Like, I just see it as it's like they've put so much into Final Fantasy 16. They put all their effort into making it work on PS5. And then they hired a third-party company to put FSR in there to give it that performance mode, and it looked terrible. And then they made it for PC, and they hired I think it was the same company that came in and did FSR 3 and DLSS and the frame gen and all the upscalers and all that stuff. And they're like, yeah, okay, it's cool. But they bolted all this stuff on to their Luminous Engine. That's the reason why it's like, is this Luminous Engine or is it something different? The reality is it's basically Luminous Engine with a whole bunch of custom code, a bunch of new libraries and add-ons that were just stacked on top of Luminous Engine, and that's what you get. That's why when you look at this game, it looks kind of like Forspoken and Final Fantasy 15. Like, I can detect hints of Forspoken and Final Fantasy 15 in this game, even though it plays significantly different because the combat system, the control scheme is just overall more solid than those older games. But yeah, where am I supposed to even go? Oh, I'm supposed to go to that crystal, yeah. You can't wait for Monster Hunter Wilds? Neither can I, man. That is gonna take up like hundreds of hours as far as I'm concerned. That's like the only big game of next year for me. I can't think of any other game. But yeah, that one. That's gonna be my game of the year, probably. Like my own personal game of the year. It's gonna be Monster Hunter Wilds.
Welcome to the Patrons Whisper.
Unless there's some From Software game that comes out. Technically, there's supposed to be a From Software game that's supposed to come out next year. But I don't know if it's...
All yours.
If it's going to be out. I don't know, because they did Shadow of the Erd Tree this year, and there's a whole bunch of people that are saying Shadow of the Erd Tree is Game of the Year. Shadow of the Erd Tree is Game of the Year. Yes, a DLC is Game of the Year. I understand why they're saying that, because it is almost like it's basically a full game. Like, even though it's a DLC, it's a full game. Like, you're getting an entire game within a game. But I don't know. What do you guys think? What is your game of the year? Like, what is your game of the year? Personal game of the year of this year, not next year. This year. GTA 6 is next. GTA 6 next. Do you speak any other languages? Not well. Yeah, I won't say that I'm fluent in any other language. I mean, I can speak a little bit of a few other languages, but I wouldn't consider myself fluent. Black Myth Wukong's your game of the year. GTA 6 is the next game of the year, most expensive game. I think that's what you're saying. This year, Black Myth Wukong, hands down. For me, that's not game of the year. It's a good game. I don't think it's the best game this year. I'll tell you my opinion on Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong is a very nice looking game, and technically it is a solid game, but the combat in that game is really meant to be the highlight of the experience more than anything else. And compared to other action games, Black Myth Wukong's gameplay gets a lot more stale a lot more quickly than this game. Final Fantasy 16, the combat in this game is more enjoyable than Black Myth Wukong. I'll give you another example. Stellar Blade. Some people like Stellar Blade's combat. Some people don't like Stellar Blade's combat. Technically, I think Stellar Blade... It depends on what you like. Stellar Blade is going for more of the parry mechanic. Black Myth Wukong is going for the dodge mechanic. I don't like when games kind of force you into one or the other. That's why the From Software games are so good, because they... Like the Dark Souls games, Elden Ring, those type of games, they give you a lot of freedom in how you approach a combat situation. But Black Myth Wukong, I liked the exploration, and I liked the combat to an extent, but I feel like Black Myth Wukong's combat gets very repetitive. Like the basic combos in that game, like the XXY, the XXX combo that you learn at the very beginning of the game, you can literally spam those combos all the way to late game, and you can carry yourself all the way to the end of the game using those combos. Like, you don't even have to bother. Like, all you have to do, like, if you want to make the game easy, all you got to do is level your passive stats, like your HP bar, your stamina bar, the power pole thing. You level that thing's damage up, and that's all you do. You don't even have to learn any of the new moves. You just level all your passives, and you can basically get through the entire game with the basic 1-2-3 combo, like the Unga Bunga. You can just Unga Bunga your way through the entire game, and it's like, okay, that was fun, I guess. But yeah, Black Myth Wukong it's a good game. To me, it's personally definitely not game of the year. I played way better games, in my opinion. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a lot more enjoyable than Black Myth Wukong. The other one that I can think of off the top of my head, Dragon's Dogma 2. I actually liked Dragon's Dogma 2 way more than Black Myth Wukong. Infinite Dragon was also, or Infinite Wealth Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth was also really enjoyable. I feel like the first half of the year had a much more solid lineup. Final Fantasy 16 stale compared to Wukong. I don't know about that. I think Black Myth Wukong can be very complex, but so can Final Fantasy 16. And what I will say is, watching somebody play high-level play... let's put it this way. Watching somebody play Black Myth Wukong on the higher difficulty level, and then watching someone else, or the same person, play Final Fantasy on Final Fantasy difficulty, which is the highest difficulty in this game, with all the skills unlocked, Final Fantasy 16 is a lot more interesting to watch. But that's personal preference, though. And I'm not the only one that has that opinion. I've talked with some, I've also just listened to other people that play a lot of action games, and they've said the same thing. Like, that they think that this game has a better combat system than Black Myth Wukong. And I tend to agree with them. The late boss fights in Final Fantasy 16 do get harder. Well, Final Fantasy 16, see, here's the other thing too. Final Fantasy 16, you will never experience what, like, the challenging aspect of this game is like if you only play this game on the story-focused mode. So this game has... Where is it? The nice thing about this is because it's a Final Fantasy game, how do you do the, where's, like, the easy mode? I forgot. Anyway, there's, like, a thing in here. Like, if you want to make this game super easy, they give you these accessibility accessories. Like, where is it? Okay, this stuff. Ring of Timely Assistance. When equipped, pet commands are executed automatically. So basically what that means is Torgal will heal you if you take damage. You know, like, it's basically giving you, like, a handicap thing. It's like, and then there's, like, another one somewhere in here. Ring of Timely Focus. When equipped, time slows before an evadable enemy attack strikes Clive. No effect when equipped with the Ring of Time. So, like, these things. Ring of Timely Focus, Ring of Timely Evasion, Ring of Timely Healing. You wear these things, and then the game becomes easy mode. Stellar Blade had the same feature. Like, if you wanted to play Stellar Blade on easy mode, it would basically turn on this, where it was like, it would automatically prompt you to press a button to dodge out of the boss's attack. Like, both Final Fantasy 16 and Stellar Blade have that as a feature if you're somebody who struggles with, like, twitch reflex type gameplay. Whereas Black Myth Wukong didn't, as far as I remember, Black Myth doesn't have that as a feature. So it's more hardcore in that sense. You have to kind of get good, as they say. Whereas in this game, you don't have to get good to get through the entire game. Final Fantasy 16 gets boring compared to 15, and 15 had way better action and story than 16. That's debatable. I played all through 15, and I've been wanting to play through 15 again after they added all the DLC stuff, because I never actually played all of the DLC for 15. I literally played 15 on a PS4 back in the day, played through the entire game, and was done with it, and I was like, yeah, I didn't like how after a certain chapter, the world was different, and you couldn't go back and do a lot of things unless you loaded up a previous save, or you went to that end game thing where it basically did like a time travel thing and you were then back in time. You know, like that. There was some stuff about 15 that were cool. Like, I like doing all the quests to get the car to have the ability to fly and stuff like that. That was cool, but basically, like, if I had to say which one I like more, 16 versus 15, I think I like 16 more than 15. There's a listing on eBay to buy the 30th PS5 Pro for $1 million. God. What? But yeah, I think what they were trying to do with 16, they were trying to appeal to the more action-focused gameplay that seems to be a thing that's happening in gaming these days. Like, you don't see a lot of turn-based games anymore, but I will say, like, turn-based games can be done, and they can be done well in the modern era. And the best example I like to go to is not just the Persona games, like Persona 5, Royal, Persona 3 Reload. Those are excellent turn-based games, but those are really more of like the traditional model. What I'm really trying to say is, like, a modern turn-based game done right is Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail proves that you can make a turn-based game RPG, even though it's a gacha game. Move that out of the way for a second. As a game, as a turn-based RPG, Honkai Star Rail is a very solid turn-based game. It has challenging gameplay if you want it to be challenging. It has, like, gameplay for the average casual. That is turn-based done right in the modern era. And I feel like that is something that Square Enix should look into if they want to go back to the turn-based style. Because I'm thinking they should consider doing that with, like, Final Fantasy 17, for example. Because, I don't know, this game was kind of divisive. Like, some people didn't like that they went with this action combat system. Some people gave the similar criticism, like what HDZ was saying, where it gets boring. I do think the side quests in this game are very boring. That is one of the low points of this game. And it really stems from the fact that you had a team that makes an MMO, and you had them make a single-player story-focused game, and this is what they came up with. And when you do the side quests, it really shows that the people who made this game are used to making fetch quests in an MMO, because they just basically did that and they transplanted that into this game. And that's why I feel like that's the biggest negative on Final Fantasy 16 is the side quest content. Because you go from playing this to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, where the side quests and the mini games is one of the biggest selling points of that game, and it's like a night and day difference. And that's the reason why, ultimately, why 16... I thought it could have a shot at Game of the Year last year. However, I don't think that this game is a Game of the Year. Whereas Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is such a good game as a whole that I think Final Fantasy VII Rebirth should be Game of this year. And that's a game that we will be revisiting this November. I will be playing a lot of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on stream in November on the PS5 Pro. Yeah, I would say, like, see, the thing with my gaming content, I only really play games that I'm interested in. I think that's the right way to do it. Otherwise, I don't have much to say when it comes to gaming. Like, I'll give you guys a good example. I like RPGs, like this game. That's why we're playing this game. I don't really care for first-person shooters. That's why you're never going to see me playing Fortnite. You're never going to see me playing Call of Duty or Battlefield. I used to play those games a long time ago, but I've never been a fan of those type of games. So I don't really cover that. I used to play RTS games like StarCraft 2 and Age of Empires. I don't really play those games anymore. I feel like I just don't have the patience to play those games. So yeah, at this point, it's pretty much action games, RPGs, and the occasional live service MMO type game. That's basically the only sort of games that I play. I could try like Microsoft Flight Simulator or a racing simulator, but I would want to play those with like VR and like a different kind of setup, so that's why I don't really showcase any of those games. It's mostly these type of games though. Final Fantasy 16 is cool, but for Game of the Year awards, it's no contest. Black Myth Wukong is a game that was never meant to happen. Dark Horse. Yeah, but Final Fantasy, first of all, Final Fantasy 16, this game will never be considered Game of the Year because this game came out last year. So, this isn't even up for comparison. Black Myth, so here's the thing. Black Myth Wukong is going to go up against Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which I already think is better than Black Myth Wukong. And then it's also going to go up against Dark Horse candidates like Dragon's Dogma 2, which I also think is a better game than Black Myth Wukong. So it's already two games that now it's my opinion. It's my opinion. But I think 7 Rebirth and Dragon's Dogma 2 are better than Black Myth Wukong. And then we've got, what else is there? There's a Zelda game, which I don't even know if that's going to be considered. I have to go back and look at the list. There's a list, guys. There's a list already out there. Yeah. And keep in mind, I'm someone who likes to play action games. I'm a big fan of the Devil May Cry franchise. I'm a big fan of the Ninja Gaiden franchise. So it's not like I'm like, oh, Black Myth Wukong is not a good game. No, Black Myth Wukong is a good game. I'm telling you, Black Myth Wukong is a good game. What I'm saying is the games that it's going to be compared against, if we're talking Game of the Year, are games that as a whole are objectively better games. Black Myth Wukong has really good graphics. But other than that, there are games out there that do things better than it. I'm not even going to talk about Shadow of the Erdtree, because there's a bunch of people that played Black Myth Wukong, and immediately when they were done playing Black Myth Wukong, they literally said Shadow of the Erdtree is Game of the Year. Shadow of the Erdtree is better. And if okay, I know Shadow of the Erdtree is a DLC, but there's the argument that people are saying that it's a full game. It's a full game. There's more content in Shadow of the Erdtree than Black Myth Wukong. And that is actually a true statement. They're not wrong when they say that. Shadow of the Erdtree it's got more enemies, it's got more enemy variety, and it has more like areas to explore than all of Black Myth Wukong. But they're kind of different games. They're kind of different games. So I'm just trying to level set. Keep in mind, I have played Shadow of the Erdtree, I have played Black Myth Wukong, I have played Dragon's Dogma 2. Let me see. Unfortunately, I'm on the wrong computer. I don't have my calendar on this computer. Let me see if I have any of that stuff noted down. Yeah, I don't have anything on here. I'm trying to look back at what came out this year. Stellar Blade. A lot of people like Stellar Blade. Because, okay, see, here's the thing. Even if Black Myth Wukong doesn't even get Game of the Year, or doesn't even get considered for Game of the Year, like, it's still going to end up in that best action game category. So you got to think about, like, what it's going to go up against. It's going to end up going against games like Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade versus Black Myth Wukong is probably going to be the most, like, the biggest comparison if we're talking, like, best action game. And I actually think if I had to choose between Stellar Blade and Black Myth Wukong, I personally would probably give the win to Black Myth Wukong. Believe it or not, I do think Black Myth Wukong is more fun. And that's mainly because even though Stellar Blade has an easy mode, Stellar Blade puts too much emphasis on the blocking and parrying mechanic. And I feel like that's so overdone. God of War Ragnarok is not going to be considered, dude. God of War Ragnarok is last year. That's not even up for comparison. You're talking about a game from 2023 that's not even up for comparison. So it's gonna be Stellar Blade versus Black Myth Wukong. I'm trying to think, what else is there that's an action game that came out this year? Granblue Fantasy Relink is an RPG. The most interesting category this year is like RPG. There is so many RPGs. There are so many RPGs that came out. Granblue Fantasy Relink, Persona 3 Reload, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Dragon's Dogma 2, that is technically an RPG, although it plays so different. Rise of the Ronin is another action game. Oh man, it's gonna be Rise of the Ronin versus Stellar Blade versus Black Myth Wukong. That is going to be tough. That is going to be tough. You've got the makers of Neo and Ninja Gaiden versus Stellar Blade versus Black Myth Wukong. Oh, man. That one's going to be tough. That's some tough competition right there. But then you got Shadow of the Erdtree. I don't know what people are going to do with Shadow of the Erdtree, though. Like, Shadow of the Erdtree, there's too many people. The problem is you got too many influencers. You have way too many social influencers declaring Shadow of the Erdtree is Game of the Year. I don't care if it's a DLC. It's still Game of the Year. It's a full game. It has more content than most full-priced games. And you know what? They're actually not lying when they say that. Shadow of the Erdtree has so much content. Now I gotta think, like, out of all the games that I played this year that are new this year, not 16, not God of War, those don't count, not Horizon Forbidden West, that doesn't count. No, I'm talking about, sorry PC people, Ghost of Tsushima doesn't count either. So, out of all the games that are new this year, the games that I enjoyed the most were 7 Rebirth, Dragon's Dogma, Shadow of the Erdtree. Those are the top 3. Out of the ones that I enjoyed the most. Like, those 3. So, I can totally understand why people think Shadow of the Erdtree should be Game of the Year, even though it's a DLC. Is there something? Oh, you know what's another one that could be Game of the Year? ASRock. ASRock is automatically going to be like best platformer of the year, like hands down. Like there's no other competitor unless that Mario Party game, assuming that came out this year. Like, but even then, like I think ASRock basically just de facto won. Like it destroyed everything else. Whatever other random indie platformer came out, I'm sorry, ASRock just kind of steamrolled its way to victory. Like it just like flattened everything in its path. Muhammad, thanks for the sub. Much appreciated. Stellar Blade was so good. It was so good, man. I'm for real. That game was so fun. But when I gotta think about it, my top three games, and I'm trying to choose different genres: Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Dragon's Dogma 2. Believe it or not, I actually really enjoyed Dragon's Dogma 2. A lot of people were kind of like split. You know, like some people didn't like it. Other people thought it was like the best game they ever played. There was a lot of mixed feelings on Dragon's Dogma, but I really enjoyed that game. But if I had to choose one game, just one game from the entire list of all the games that I've played so far, like if I had to only pick one, like if I had to erase my memory of playing through all the other games and only keep the memories of playing one game? Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. Put it this way, like one of the ways, think about it like this. If you had to erase your memory of playing like the games you played this year, but you could only keep the memories of playing one game, and on top of that, you would never be able to play those other games ever again. Meaning you could not just like play them again and get the memory back. You know what I'm saying? Like you had to pick one that you could keep. You had to give away all the others forever. Like which one would you keep? That's how I think about Game of the Year. That is tough, man. That is tough. That automatically narrows it down to 7 Rebirth and Shadow of the Erdtree. That eliminates Dragon's Dogma 2. Wow. I've never really thought about it that way. Oh man, that's tough. If I had to eliminate my experience, my memories of playing Shadow of the Erdtree or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The reason why it's such a hard choice is because Erdtree was so, like, there's such a sense of wonder playing that type of game blind for the first time. Just the exploration is, there's no other developer that does exploration better than From Software. They are literally God tier. They are S tier when it comes to level design and natural exploration in game worlds. Like, no one does it better than From Software. Hands down. But when I think about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I think a lot of people that have played a lot of different RPGs over the years can probably agree with this, what I'm about to say. 7 Rebirth is the game that RPG fans waited more than 2 decades to play. Or at the very least, they waited like 15 years to play that game. And that game finally came out because the game that everybody wanted to play was Rebirth. They just didn't know it at the time. Because when Remake came out, it was good, but it was missing that. It was missing the full package. It was missing the feeling of adventure, the feeling of exploration out in a large open world. You did not have the overworld structure. You didn't have the classic, like, places that you see in the original 7. But in Rebirth, you go to those places. You see those places. You see them fully realized. The soundtrack is so good. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is probably going to win Best Soundtrack of the Year. Like, it's just... There's just something about it, man. It's so hard for me to choose between Shadow of the Erdtree and Rebirth. Probably, if I had to choose, I'd probably give the win to Rebirth. Just because, at the end of the day, my rationalization there is... Shadow of the Erdtree is more of Elden Ring. At the end of the day, it's more of Elden Ring. And I've already played Elden Ring. Even though they changed things up, even though it's a whole new environment, they added more stuff, they added new weapon styles, all this stuff. They added a whole different leveling, scaling system, which a lot of people didn't like, but I think some people thought they understood why they did it. I have to give the win to Rebirth. It's very, very slight, but Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, hands down, that is my game of the year. As it stands now, and I don't expect that I will play any other game for the rest of this year that will displace 7 Rebirth as like the most enjoyable game that I've played this year. Game Science are a new dev studio. Square has plenty already. What are we talking about? Politics will always win regardless. Wait, what?
Finish the job.
Jokes and personal preference aside, if you had to put money on the line, it's very hard to bet against Black Myth with all the controversy. Doubt Game of the Year awards are going to join the The what? The what's the DA mess? What is that? I don't know if you see the thing is I'm not even seeing Black Myth Wukong show up in any of the like the current lists. Like if you look up any of the current lists, like that game doesn't even show up. It shows up like maybe like 1 out of every 7 lists that you'll see. That game will be mentioned. But it's never like the first one that's listed, is what I'm saying. Helldivers 2 is a game that in the beginning of the year, everybody was saying Helldivers 2 is Game of the Year. Like, fast forward now to the end of September, no one is saying Helldivers 2 is Game of the Year. Although Helldivers 2 is still a really, really good game. It's probably going to win Best Live Service. Although, Wuthering Waves could also win Best Live Service Game. So, I don't know. There's going to be a lot of different categories. But for Game of the Year, no, I think Rebirth is going to win. I don't see Black Myth Wukong winning Game of the Year. Now, that doesn't mean that it can't win other awards. I think it can win Best Technical Achievement. I think it can win Best Action Game. Like, I enjoyed playing that game more than I enjoyed playing Rise of the Ronin. Which was very disappointing because I had high hopes for Ronin and it just did not deliver. For me, it wasn't. I would rather go back and play Neo 2 again, which is very disappointing to say that, but that's how I felt. And then Stellar Blade is super good, but I think gameplay-wise, I like Wukong more, so that's how I feel. So it's like Wukong has better graphics than Stellar Blade. That doesn't mean everything though. Like it's not always about graphics. And then I think Stellar Blade. A lot of people said Stellar Blade has a really, really good soundtrack. I didn't really like Stellar Blade's music that much. I didn't think it was bad. I just didn't think it was that good. I thought it was overrated. I do think that Stellar Blade has a better soundtrack than Black Myth Wukong, but I don't think that the soundtrack on Wukong was one of its best aspects. I could think of a whole bunch of games that have way better soundtrack than both of those games. One of them being 7 Rebirth. Because you gotta remember, when you grade a game on Game of the Year, if you're a panelist that's gonna grade Game of the Year, you're not just gonna focus on graphics. You're not just gonna focus on gameplay. You gotta evaluate the entire package. How did the game run out of the box? What's the soundtrack like? What's the graphics like? What's the gameplay like? Does the game do anything that's like unique and original? I'm trying to think of another one. Like, what was another game that had a really good soundtrack? Because I don't think Dragon's Dogma 2 had a great soundtrack. That one did not have... That one, I don't even remember anything. I don't remember any music from that game, now I think about it. Like, what games had great soundtrack? I don't think Erdtree had a good soundtrack. Like that, no. Like a Dragon was okay. Still, I don't think so, man. It was okay. Music is a personal preference. I don't think Stellar Blade. I didn't like that soundtrack that much. I was like the whole time people were like praising the soundtrack. I was sitting there listening to that, and I'm like, this isn't really doing it for me. I don't know. It's good though. It's definitely above average. Okay, it's above average soundtrack, but it's like I can think of better ones. Ronin was not that good. Dragon's Dogma 2 was not that good, soundtrack wise. Wuthering Waves was not. I'm trying to remember. Did that one have any real? No, not really. Dawn Trail, but that's I don't even know if people are gonna include that, because it's an MMO. Although it's an expansion, I don't know. Is anyone gonna like? Does the War Within and Dawn Trail get included in these sort of awards? I guess technically, because it's new. It's new stuff. There's still some other games out there that are coming out like in Q4, like Silent Hill 2. I don't know how that soundtrack is gonna be. Ys Nordics. That's good, but I don't think that's going to be anything, you know, outstanding or anything like that. Indiana Jones could surprise people in a lot of different ways, but I think Indiana Jones is going to release after the cutoff. Because it's coming at the end of the year, it's going to end up in the same scenario that Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is graded this year, even though it came out last year, because it was after the cutoff for the awards. So they treat it like it's a 2024 game, even though it came out in December of 2023. So I think Indiana Jones is going to end up in that same boat, where it gets treated like a, you know, a 2025 game. But yeah, Indiana Jones is like one of the few games that still remains. Star Wars Outlaws, was that good? Does anybody know how that game's soundtrack was? I never played it, so I have no idea how the soundtrack on Star Wars Outlaw. Star Wars games typically have good soundtrack.
And how may I assist you today? What is it that you wish to learn?
Best graphics is Hellblade 2. No, I think a lot of people would say Black Myth Wukong had the best graphics. Like Hellblade 2, like the graphics when they zoom in on the character's face, it looks really good. But you zoom the camera out, and you're playing like normally, and you look at that, and then you go look at Black Myth Wukong. I think Black Myth Wukong looks better. I always thought Hellblade 2's graphics are like Horizon Forbidden West's graphics in terms of the style.
Of course.
It's interesting how this game, like, literally shows a whole bunch of characters. I don't even remember what this guy did. Like, apparently Victor is a person of interest, although I have no idea what his... Oh, he's one of the dudes who works for this guy. Oh, and then the people who died. Yeah, this... An orphan girl who pays for her bread by making and selling medicines. Interesting.
The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive. Jill's staying here, and that's that.
When did Hellblade 2 come out? Was that April or May? I don't remember when that came out. I don't even have it listed.
I worked the merchant ships before I came here. And all the old sea dogs had a tale or two to tell about Lord Byron. This was all years
I liked playing Dawn Trail this year, but I feel like it was not the best expansion. It had a smooth launch, but I don't think it was the best expansion for Final Fantasy XIV. I was thinking of actually playing The War Within, but then I was like, I don't know. It's like I have to go back to World of Warcraft and level up and get caught up on content, and I didn't really... I mean, I just didn't feel like doing it at the end of the day. You felt bad for Hellblade 2? Yeah, I don't even remember when it came out. Was it April or was it May? When did that game come out? I don't even have it, like, noted down anywhere. That shows. Oh, man. When did this come out? Hellblade 2 release date. Oh, I asked May or April. It was May 21st. May 21st was Hellblade 2. See, I don't remember, but somehow I can guess the random ballpark figure. I said May or April, and I got... It's like, okay. Seemed more like a tech demo than a game. Maybe that's why no one's talking about it. I mean, this map in this game looks like some kind of Total War franchise strategy game. That's what it looks like to me. What about Silent Hill? Actually, you know what? Let me see. Let's Google this real quick. What does it say? Best game of 2024 so far. Let's see what people are saying. Let's see what people are saying. Oh, God. All right, let's see what these people are saying here. Check this out. Wait, what happened to my... Oh, there it is. Okay, check it out. GameSpot. They're one of the, like, more influential authorities on gaming because they're one of the more original media outlets for gaming. Or like video gaming stuff. So the best games of 2024 so far. This is September 26th. So this is pretty recent. All right, let's see what they got. Okay, first of all, in the picture, look what they're depicting. Look what they're depicting in the picture. We've got... I don't know who this guy is in the top left. I don't know who this cartoon character is holding two laser pistols. We got Paper Mario. We got the Dragon's... We got the Arisen from Dragon's Dogma 2. We've got some... I don't know what this cartoon character is in the middle of the bottom right here. Another cartoon character. I don't recognize this character at all. We got the dude. We got the male protagonist from Persona 3 Reload. We got Astrobot from Astrobot. And we have... In the middle, we have the NPC from... You guessed it... Shadow of the Erdtree. Oh my goodness. Here we go. The controversy begins. They're already declaring Shadow of the Erdtree in the runnings for Game of the Year. Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, a perfect 10. GameSpot's first game to earn a rare 10 out of 10 in 2024. Shadow of the Erdtree is everything you love about Elden Ring and delivered with perfect execution, completing the grand story of Elden Ring. The expansion injects new gameplay content, even tougher boss, but that is 100% true, and more awe-inspiring locations into an already superb game. A perfect 10. just like the GTX 10 series from 2016. All right, let's see. Let's keep going. Up. ASRock. ASRock 9. A perfect 9. Well, not perfect. 9 out of 10. ASRock. Astro's Playroom has been one of the best and free games on consoles for years. And with ASRock, Team Asobi has cemented its position as one of Sony's best first-party studios, a thrilling adventure that is effortless. I really want to play this game. I really want to play ASRock. Everything I've heard about it is good. This game, people are saying this game is going to win Best Soundtrack of the Year. I need to play this game because people are saying this game has the best soundtrack of the year, and it's the best platformer, and it's definitely considered for Game of the Year. So I can totally see this being on the list. This is a game that I want to play on the PS5 Pro. Next we have Animal Well. I don't know anything about this. This looks like a Nintendo Switch game. It might look like a cute Metroidvania at first glance, but the deeper you venture into Animal Well, the more surreal it becomes as you find yourself driven to reach the end. Created by solo developer Billy Basso, it's a game of constant surprises as you find yourself driven to explore yet another room in its neon-soaked world. Interesting. Animal Well. Has anybody played this? Let's keep going. What's this? Balatro? When you think you've seen every possible combination from the roguelite genre, a game like Balatro comes along to deliver a pleasant surprise. Rapid-fire rounds of poker combined with deep deck-building mechanics and layers of intricacy. Wait a minute, what? This is a card game? This is a video game card game. What? Isn't this too niche? Hold on a second. If this is here, why is Tekken 8 not here? Alright, next up. What is this? Destiny 2, the final shape? Wait a minute, for real? Destiny? Wait a minute, Destiny 2, the final shape is considered for Game of the Year? What? What? Even the Destiny people hate Destiny 2. They have such a... Man, the people who still play Destiny 2 have, like, the worst, unhealthy love-hate relationship with that game. Like, I don't even understand. Why is this here? Man, even the people who play Destiny 2, if they see this, they'll be asking, why is this here? There was a lot of pressure on Bungie to deliver a satisfying conclusion to Destiny's Light and Darkness saga, but the final shape didn't just live up to those expectations. It stuck the landing with style. A thrilling story, impactful gameplay changes, and a finale that united its community helped push Destiny 2 to new heights. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and exit Final Fantasy 16. I don't want this to turn into a let me like save real quick and exit, because I don't want this to turn into a Hogwarts Legacy where it's like you have hundreds of hours in this game, but even though it's just me talking on stream the whole time, I don't want this game to end up like that. Let me just return to desktop, just exit the game completely. Destiny 2 could be Game of the Year. Man, that's insane. Oh, here we go. Okay, I can see why this is here. I can totally see why this is here. Dragon's Dogma 2, 9 out of 10. Yeah, that's what I gave it to. I graded this game a 9 out of 10. It's definitely 9 out of 10. It is such a good game. 12 years after the first game came out, Dragon's Dogma 2 builds on the best parts of that sweeping fantasy tale to deliver a magical open-world RPG. It might not be the most innovative sequel, but those core strengths are enhanced by emergent moments, technological leaps, and varied gameplay to create a thrilling sense of adventure. Okay, this last part of it, varied gameplay to create a thrilling sense of adventure, this is why this game is good. This is the reason why this is where it's at. It is so good. The sense of adventure, the camaraderie with the pawns, it's so good. Such a good game. Definitely one of my top 3 best games I played this year. Okay, I don't know what this is. What is this? Oh, Hades 2? I never played it. I know nothing about the Hades franchise. Even in early access, Hades 2 is already shaping up to be a strong Game of the Year contender, launching with a ton of content and right out of the gate. Developer Supergiant Games has expanded on the ideas of the first game with an even deeper combat system and an engrossing story. Okay, so Hades 2 apparently is really good. Now, I have heard the name Hades 2 pop up randomly. I don't know anything about it, but I've heard about it. So I've heard a few times it mentioned, but I don't know anything about it. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, I was waiting for this one. I was waiting for this. Helldivers 2, 9 out of 10. Yeah, this game, I regret not, setting aside time to play this when it was brand new. I feel like this is an example of I missed the window of opportunity to experience a great game, when it was at its peak. I feel like when this game first came out, that was when it was at its best. There was a lot of people playing it. There was a lot of hype. You jump on the hype train. The hype train is literally doing loops like a roller coaster. But then, like all hype trains, it comes crashing down. They lost so much of their player base. And the hype died down. Now, not that many people are playing it anymore. So it's you get into it now. It won't be as enjoyable, but it's still a solid game. Yeah, this is one that I regret not playing when it was at launch. I really regret not playing this. This was a very good game. The only problem with Helldivers 2 is the gameplay is repetitive, but that is by design. And I feel like once you experience the first, 3 worlds or so, the overall gameplay loop is not engaging enough. It doesn't change things up enough. Now, I've heard that the content patches are supposed to address that, but I never played the game, so I don't even know what to expect when they say that. But it's still a good game. Definitely, this is one that I could see on the list for Game of the Year. Even though I never played it. That's how good it is. That says a lot. What is this? Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. 9 out of 10. A psychological horror puzzle game. What is this? So, is this an indie game? This is on Switch and PC. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. Cryptic puzzling, challenging. The game doesn't just push you to solve seemingly impossible riddles. It tells a heck of a great story with its unique artistic design. So this is one of those that I feel like this could probably be a really good game to play, but I don't know if this is a Game of the Year. The problem with thriller type games is it's going to end up in the same boat the same thing that happens to Resident Evil 4 remake that was last year. This year we've got Silent Hill 2. I think this game will end up in that same category. It's it's good, but do you really see this as Game of the Year? I don't know. I don't think so. Paper Mario, The Thousand Year Door, another 9 out of 10. Now, obviously, these games they're considering these games for Game of the Year, which is the reason why obviously they're getting like 9s or above. So Paper Mario, this is a Switch exclusive. So this is the Nintendo game. There's always that one Nintendo game that always makes it, and sometimes it wins, sometimes it doesn't, but more often it doesn't win than it does. But yeah, so there's the Paper Mario game. This is probably a really good game. Like, I can't really say, I haven't played it, so I don't really know, but I would assume it's good. All of the Nintendo first parties are always solid. Persona 3 Reload. This game is one that I have not finished. I have this game. I have not finished this game. Just like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I have that game. I have not finished that game either. So I have a lot of these RPGs that came out in the first part of this year. This was, I think, February is when this came out. It was like early February. Or maybe it was late January. Either way, I have not finished it. But it is good. It is good. What most Persona fans will tell you is 3 is the best one in the series. It's usually 3 or 4. And recently with 5, a lot of people like 5. I mean, it is the most modern one. But a lot of people still like 3. 3 was so popular that they had to do this remaster, which is what this is. So, but this game is, I feel like it's not different enough from the original to warrant it being considered a game of the year. Like, compare that to Rebirth. Rebirth is literally from the ground up, completely new game. Like, the original had graphics that were nothing like what we have on Rebirth. There was no voice acting in the original. So it was all text-based reading. So, completely different thing. This is still essentially at its core. It is the original PlayStation 2 game, just redone with Persona 5's graphics engine. So it's basically a modernized version, but the gameplay is still the same. I don't know what this is. The Plucky Squire. I don't know, man. Sometimes I don't know what they're doing with the journalism on this stuff. Like, does this look like Game of the Year? What is this? Is this like a board game? Is this Candyland? The Plucky Squire, not just a joyful blast of creative fun. The Plucky Squire is also an inspiring tale that's beautifully told across its storybook world. Clever puzzles, seamless shifting between 2D and 3D realms, and several surprises its metaphorical sleeves. This is one Zelda-like adventure game that you need to check out. Oh, it's an adventure game. Okay. And it's on all the platforms, including the Switch and the Xbox. Oh, look, it's not on PS4 or Xbox One. That's good. I like seeing that, but it's on the Switch. What is this? Prince of Persia? Yeah, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. This is another action game. But it's a 2D though. So this is a side scroller. I think this is a side scroller. What is this? This is the Shin Megami Tensei? Yeah. Tensei 5 Vengeance. Man, how long is this list? This is like too many. This is way too many. SteamWorld Heist 2? Absolutely not. What is this? Big Ron's Big Pies. Thank goodness you're here. 9 out of 10. This is a 9 out of 10 game. This is what 9 out of 10 games look like. Thank goodness you're here might be a hard sell to anyone unfamiliar with. Oh, this is like a British thing? British culture? But Coles. Man, this is a 9 out of 10? I don't see it. I don't know. Is that it? Oh, no, there's more. There's more. Wild Bastards, 9 out of 10. Really? This is a 9 out of 10? I mean, there's a saying, you can't judge a book by its cover. I get that, but like this list is already pretty long as it is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we need to like speed things up here. Really? They're gonna put War Within in here? Man, are you serious? War Within is that good? Dawn Trail was good too. Why is Dawn Trail not here? Like now things are starting to get ridiculous. Although I have heard that War Within was a very good expansion. It was definitely above average for a Blizzard expansion. So let's see what they say about this one. How does a game like World of Warcraft stay fresh after 2 decades? Yeah, that is right. This game is 20 years old. WoW is 20 years old. With an expansion that begins with a bang, setting the stage for a new era in the game. The first part of a 3 expansion storyline called World Soul Saga, The War Within places a new emphasis on player choice, giving you all the tools you need to enjoy the World of Warcraft at your own pace. Alongside major changes and digestible endgame content for solo players, The War Within is the perfect entry point for newcomers and rewarding for veterans. Okay. So, yeah, this, from what I heard, I never played it. I was thinking about playing it, though, but I was already kind of burnt out from playing Dawn Trail, that I didn't feel like, it's like, I don't feel like jumping from one MMO to another, like, in the course of, like, a month and a half. So, it didn't work out. But, yeah, Dawn Trail was good. I guess this is better, but whatever. There it is. Black Myth Wukong. There it is. They did not forget about it. But this game is an 8 out of 10. Whereas, like, all the other ones that we looked at so far were 9s out of 10. So now we're getting to the 8 out of 10 games. Black Myth Wukong, 8 out of 10. Black Myth Wukong isn't the Souls-like you expect it to be. Okay, that's true. Yes, I agree. I've been saying that forever. It was not supposed to be a Souls game. As this adaptation of Journey to the West throws you into a gauntlet of stunning boss battles that require you to use every trick in the book to survive, while some moments of tedium are sprinkled between fist-pumping battles of pure spectacle, the game is still an elegant and exciting action RPG that feels refreshing to play. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. That really does sum it up. So it's an 8 out of 10 according to GameSpot. Alright, what's this? Children of the Sun, 8 out of 10. So Black Myth Wukong is in that kind of like B tier, 8 out of 10 category alongside something like this. This is another puzzle game. This cerebral shooter. Wait, you're supposed to solve puzzles with headshots. This cerebral shooter is satisfying, blast of fun. Okay, it's a PC only game. Creatures of Ava. I don't know what this is. This looks like a World of Warcraft this is like a Fortnite clone. Creative combination of puzzle solving and oh, I think I heard about this game. Yeah, I think I remember hearing about this. The way this was described to me was like, think of it like Fortnite, except it is more like way more objective focused and family friendly. Whatever that meant compared to Fortnite. But yeah, like, because I don't play Fortnite, like I don't pay attention to these type of games. So that's why I didn't really know much other than what I heard people talking about it. 8 out of 10 though. That's pretty good. Crow Country, 8 out of 10. What is this? Did somebody literally make Did they literally make a game look like a PS1 game? Or a PS2 game? If you've been feeling jaded with recent horror games, Crow Country is just the nostalgic slice of terror you've been looking for. A throwback to pre-rendered environments, blocky characters. Yeah, someone literally tried to make a game look like a PS1 game on purpose. Was this Madden? No, EA Sports. This is College Football 25. 8 out of 10. Okay. Euden Chronicle, 100 Heroes, another 8 out of 10. Okay. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Oh, so they gave this an 8. I thought this was a 9 from like everyone, but wow, okay, they gave it an 8. So basically, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Black Myth Wukong, according to GameSpot, are in that B tier 8 out of 10 category. I find that very interesting, considering they put games like, where is it? You gotta go all the way up. They put games like this. I don't know what this is, but apparently this is a 9 out of 10. And Black Myth Wukong and Final Fantasy VII are 8 out of 10s, but, you know, who knows what they're thinking with that. Yeah, Rebirth is a blockbuster of a sequel, a bigger and bolder return of Cloud and friends as they continue to defy destiny. While the game makes a few fumbles, they don't detract from the new chapter's impressive visuals, finely honed combat, and exciting deviations from the established series lore. Yeah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I don't know what the fumbles are, though. Oh, wait. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I guess WoW's expansion scored slightly better than Final Fantasy's expansion. So they got Dawn Trail on here after all. 8 out of 10. After some reality-bending adventures in the previous expansions. 14's Dawn Trail expansion sets the stage for a more relaxing excursion to sunnier shores. The trip quickly turns into a slaycation. Full of new monsters and challenges overcome, but the lower stakes and a surprise twist make for a compelling digital getaway. Yeah, they kind of sum that up pretty nicely. I don't really have anything to add to that. That Dawn Trail, it's a solid expansion. Why is this here? What the heck? Wait, what? Final Fantasy 16. Oh, that's right. The second DLC for Final Fantasy 16 was this year. This was in April of this year. I never played it. This was on PS5. No wonder. Okay. What? They're putting DLCs like this in here? Like, this is nothing in terms of length and content compared to Shadow of the Erdtree. I don't even know why this is here, but okay. I'm surprised to see this, but okay. Flock. This looks like a Flow or Flower and Journey. What is this? Heart of... Oh, no, this is Frostpunk 2. Frostpunk 2 is another game that I skipped over. But people say this game is really good. It's also extremely hard to run. This is another game that is very hard to run. Frostpunk 2. It's a city builder. Oh, but there's more to it. There's like factions and like political... You have to navigate like NPC, political dialogue and stuff. It's an interesting game, but I skipped over it. What is this? Indica? What is that? This is weird. This looks kind of like off-putting. You know what I'm saying? It's like someone photoshopped this face and like stuck it on something that they literally like photoshopped out of the picture. Terrific games. Indica is that surprise indie hit that provides a welcome contrast to the blockbuster approach by AAA studios. A fascinating exploration of religion and philosophy. Indica pulls no punches with its examination of Christianity. Rich characters, a unique visual style, and top-notch voice acting help make Indica one of this year's best thought-provoking titles. What? Wow. That does actually sound pretty interesting for an indie game. Available on the main platforms. So, no Switch. No smartphones. Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. 8 out of 10. This was that was this that one game from like Capcom or something that was kind of like what was that one game that's is it free to play? I forget. The one that's kind of like PUBG, but it's like a weird Naraka Blade Point. No, I think this is different from that. I forget how this one plays. I've seen gameplay of this, but it's like whatever. This is an 8 out of 10. The Zelda game is an 8 out of 10. Like a Dragon is an 8 out of 10. Man, some of those 9 out of 10s, I don't know, man. I don't understand how some of those 9 out of 10s are where they're at compared to some of these. Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. Okay, so if they're going to start showing fighting games, I expect to see Tekken 8 on here. NBA 2K25, 8 out of 10. The Outlast Trials, another 8 out of 10. Pacific Drive. I don't know what that is. Pepper Grinder. What? Man, these look like this. You see this is automatically, you can tell it's an indie game. Like, that's an indie game. Not trying to hate on indie developers or anything. Like, it's like I can take one look at it. I know it's an indie game. This is an indie game. This is also an indie game. What? The Rogue Prince of Persia? What? Ubisoft? I said it's an indie game. It's Ubisoft. What? Rogue Prince of Persia is a fun alternative that's currently out in early access. Okay, early access is not going to be Game of the Year. Stellar Blade, another 8 out of 10. Okay, is that it? Does this end? At least they showed this one then. Okay, so that's an 8 out of 10. What do they say about it? Inspired by the likes of Bayonetta and Nier Automata, Stellar Blade is an ambitious action game with a few rough spots. If you can overlook them, there's plenty of fun to have here, thanks to the fun, Souls-like combat. Oh, I will be revisiting this game. This is another game that is on my list of PS5 Pro revisits. So we will be revisiting Stellar Blade, we'll be revisiting Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Lords of the Fallen, although we won't really do much with Lords of the Fallen. We will revisit it briefly to see how it runs on there, because I do have it on PlayStation 5. And then Final Fantasy 16, of course, and Demon Souls. And maybe the Spider-Man game, but I don't know yet. Because I do have Miles Morales on PlayStation 5 because it was bundled with my PS5 on launch day. All right, and then Silva. Oh, Astrobot is another one. Silvio Black Waters. The Silvio series of horror games have always been terrific, but the latest entry is a masterpiece of instilling dread in its audience. An exceptionally unsettling game about ghost hunting. Silvio Black Waters dials up the fear factor with incredible sound design, branching narratives, and nightmarish levels. You know, that means that there could be some steep competition for Silent Hill 2. This sounds terrifying. I mean, this picture looks terrifying. So, I don't know. Like, that's interesting. I did not know about that. See, that's why I said that I need to look at these lists more often, because I don't even know. Like, I probably don't even know, like, 75% of all these games. I've never heard of them. I didn't even know this was a thing. Like, I didn't know this was a series. Like, I don't even know who the developer is. Tactical Breach Wizards. This looks like an indie game. Available on PC. You've never heard of them? Yeah, me neither. Tales of Kenzara Zao. This looks like... Wait, hold on. This looks kind of like Avatar The Last Airbender. Except they're trying to do like the modern 3D graphics with it. Doesn't that look like the kid from Avatar The Last Airbender? We've seen plenty of Metroidvanias over the years, but Tales of Kenzera Zhao builds on that genre foundation with a powerful narrative about coming to terms with loss, combined with its African folklore inspirations and slick combat. This game uses its beautiful action-adventure design to tell a powerful story. Interesting. So, man, there's like so many games I've not heard of at all. Okay, there it is. Now that's a game that I know about. Tekken 8. Tekken 8 gets an 8. How ironic is that? An 8 gets an 8. The 8th game in the franchise gets an 8 out of 10. Wonderful. In the wake of the new Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat in 2023. Yeah, last year was a huge year for fighting games, especially Street Fighter. Street Fighter 6 was like, oh man, that was that. If this is an 8, Street Fighter 6 was a 9 at least. The return of Tekken was long overdue. It might be fashionably late. Yeah, it was supposed to come out last year, as far as I remember. Ultros. Is this supposed to... Oh, psychedelic graphics? What the? Psychedelic graphics. And strong fundamentals. These are psychedelic graphics? That's weird. How'd they figure out what psychedelic graphics were supposed to look like, though? Like, this looks like the inside of that thing from, was it Bloodborne? It was either Bloodborne or one of the Dark Souls games. I forget. Man, that is kind of, that's, wow, okay. Unicorn Overlord. This looks like a mobile game. Not gonna lie, that looks like a mobile game. It looks like a turn-based mobile game, an SRPG. There we go. Space Marines 2. This is good, man. Why are some of those 9s how are those 9s that are up there like actual 9s? And stuff like this is down here. What? WWE 2K24. Oh, 8 out of 10. And that's it. Okay, so this did not really help at all. Like, going through this entire list. This is way too many games, though. Like, I get what they're doing. They're trying to fit as much of the general public as possible because a lot of people have their own opinions on what they think the best game is. And that's why the list is so long. But realistically, I think this is going to get narrowed down. This list is this list can easily be cut, not even in half. This list can literally be cut down to like 1/4 of what it is. And it can even probably be 1/8 of what it is if we're talking like realistically speaking. 80% of the games that are on this list are not Game of the Year. Like, in fact, we're literally looking at a game right now, Tekken 8. As much as I like Tekken 8, this is no Game of the Year. Like, real talk. Tekken 8's not Game of the Year. Like, even though I'm like a diehard Tekken fan, it's not Game of the Year. It's one of the best Tekken games. It's not Game of the Year. So I don't know how some of these like 9 out of 10s are where they are, because these are definitely... Like, this is a 9? This is what a 9 out of 10 looks like? I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm guessing the gameplay is interesting, but for real, like, this is what you call 9 out of 10? This is a 9 out of 10 also? Like, this looks like, at best, this looks almost as good as Trying To from, like, 10 years ago. Yeah, no. Prince of Persia, great game, but Game of the Year? No, absolutely not. This thing is not Game of the Year. I can tell you that right now, just by looking at it. This is not Game of the Year either. Paper Mario's not Game of the Year, I can tell you that. I don't know why this is here. How is this a 9 out of 10, but like a whole bunch of those other games are 8 out of 10? So, I don't get it. Helldivers 2, yeah, that's a 9 out of 10. That could probably be Game of the Year. Don't agree. I mean, I don't think it should be Game of the Year, but I think it could be on the list. No. Yes. Absolutely not. Why is this a 9? How is Destiny 2 the final shape a 9? And like, there was so many 8 out of 10s that are better than this. Real talk. Why is this here? Even Destiny players will be asking, questioning, why is this here? Because they're so bipolar with their relationship with this game. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, they have a love-hate relationship with the game. No. Really? What? Solitaire? No. Like, why? Why is this here? Animal Well? I've actually seen this game in a bunch of lists. Like, I don't know anything about this. I need to look into Animal Well more because it is on PC and PS5. I thought when I first saw this, I was like, oh, this is one of those random Switch games that just made it on the list. But the fact that it's on PC and PS5 means that it's probably a legitimately good game. And the fact that I've seen it show up on multiple lists means that it actually means something. So Astrobot, definitely. Shadow of the Erdtree. Man, this is gonna tilt so many people that are saying like this shouldn't be here because of DLC. Anyway, guys, that's probably gonna be it for this stream. I think the chat has kind of quieted down since we started going through this list. I think I put everybody to sleep going through this super long list. I did not expect the list to be this long. But I don't think it answered the question. This did not help me in condensing the games. If anything, and I'm even more confused now than I was before we even started talking about Game of the Year. Anyway, that's going to be it for the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. We will be covering the X870E launch on Monday. So stay tuned for that. I have no idea how that's going to go down. My hope for the X870 motherboards primarily is that they have better memory compatibility, particularly with 4 sticks of memory. So I'm hoping to see some better memory results in terms of like 64 gigs, 96 gigs, 128, 192, all that stuff. I might stream tomorrow. It depends on availability, but maybe. Don't expect like Sunday though. If I do stream, it would be tomorrow evening. And it'll probably be Final Fantasy 16 again. I'm trying to finish the game so I can get it out of the way. I want to fill up. I'm trying to clear out some of my backlog on the PC games so that I can dedicate November to PlayStation 5 Pro. I want to play a lot of PS5 Pro games and show how that looks on stream. So that's kind of be the focus going forward. So once again, thanks for tuning in, everybody, and I may catch you guys tomorrow. Until then, take care, and I'll see you then.